Let's try this. Wait, why did that? How did that? Okay, there we go. Yeah, I'm trying to make sure that everything is working. I thought the microphone would be working just as is, but apparently I had to quickly open up the properties menu. Oh well. Anyways, hey there, mic off. Long time no see. Let's see. OBS has changed. Like they changed the whole design of everything. How do I... Let's see. So now everything looks like a bit cleaner, and it would be awesome if I had like a 2K monitor as my secondary one, but I don't. So everything is like squeezed together more like this, and it's still annoying because you can't scale this. Like this whole humongous recording controls thing is just like unreasonably large. And those new title things are just massive. They take up way too much space. So in essence, I can only see like a small handful of scenes at a time. Yeah, exactly. Like these, but I can unlock this, and I could technically, like, I guess if I wanted to, can I not? Okay, I cannot layer it on top of the preview. I can layer it on top of something else though. I guess I could technically put it on top of the sources, but then that means that I cannot scale this smaller than this. And the same with the mixer, that's in the bottom. So then what do you do? Because you could put it over here, but if I remember correctly, okay, you can actually scale it fairly to be fairly thin, but... And then I could technically move that over here as well. And then there's the stat screen, which also, like, you cannot make it smaller than this. But that's just for debugging, so technically you could move that over here. But then yeah, now you can't make it thinner than this because this is how... Yeah, that's why it was in the bottom, because this is like the minimum thickness of it. Oh wow. And the bots are already here. That didn't take long. Awesome. Indifferent armpit. Wow. Well, might as well see if this actually works. Okay, that did work. Yeah, I'm not entirely sure what to do with this, because it's like, well, if this is the minimum height of this box anyway, and you want it in the bottom because it takes up too much horizontal space, then you might as well put the controls down here too, right? It's just the audio mixer used to be like below here, believe it or not, in my old layout. But if I scale this to about like 1080p resolution, it's about this or something. And you can kind of see how, like, okay, you know, preview window, you can scale that way down because it doesn't need to. Obviously that is only up whenever I need to, but then there's the issue of this, like, do you want to be able to see all your audio mixing at once? Then you won't be able to see all of this. So it's just like a little bit of a pain in the ass. And it does get even more cramped on the other screen. Anyway, though. But yeah, OBS was updated, so I had to set up the macros and all that for scene switching, and it should be working. Let me just double check. Yeah. Fancy that. Yeah, I took the plunge and just thought, like, you know, fuck it, let's see what happens, what could possibly break. Because it's been a while. But yeah, I wanted to try and do a bit of streaming again, because it's been quite some time. But I have been busy. Well, calm down, calm down. This is just like trying to get back into a routine more than anything else, really. Because it's just been so long that I had just gotten used to a routine where I wasn't streaming. It kind of started because game development just ended up taking so much of my time that with encroaching deadlines and everything, I didn't feel like I could stay on top of both streaming and reaching those deadlines at the same time, so you're back in the unemployment space, so now you can get some income again. Wait, what? That sounds a bit backwards. What's the alternative to be employed or not unemployed and making money, but you don't make that much off of unemployment benefits. So how does that work? Weren't they paying you in your past job or something? Or is it something completely different? Get the right one. I've been working on some levels for MonsterStone, trying to get everything. Trying to make a little bit more content. So this last week I tried to get into a rhythm of just making, or actually last 2 weeks I've been trying to get into rhythm of just making just level terrain, really. I'm trying to remember if this is the one. Yeah, this is the one that I'm currently working on. And the last issue I was facing was that I have these runes pieces and I needed a permutation that would allow this connection here, and I just didn't have one. But clearly it exists now. So yeah, kind of just been busy with the game development stuff, and then that didn't end up being profitable. Like MonsterStone is on Steam, but see here, it is on the Steam, but right now you cannot buy it anymore because I had to remove that purchase option, unfortunately. There is a demo available, however, so anyone who wants to play it can just go and get a demo. It's all there. Oh, right. I see. Yeah, for some reason I didn't think about that. But I think that's probably because I never ended up in a situation like that. I had re-exams at university, but the only one that when even then with re-exams you didn't, like, you still received your SU, so you'd have to like be so far out that you've started multiple new courses and stuff, I guess. I personally never landed in the situation of having to actually work while studying, so consider me lucky, I guess. Thinking about whether or not I want to add some more
Yes, the spirits are
stuff.
talking to me. Oh yes, they're coming in clearly. Ah, now they're forming into a gaseous
I know who that
material.
is.
I can actually see them now. The spirits are very powerful
You
today.
back? Well. Hey, Ammo. How are you doing? I mean, I've never really been gone. I've just not been streaming. Oh, okay. So in that sense, oh, that's I can see why that would be annoying. I actually always wondered that because I know that some people in my university's case were in a similar boat. They had to do re-exams and they were in a situation where like, oh, they only needed one, but you know, re-exams wouldn't happen until later. Yeah, it has been a while. I'm doing all right, I think. It's it's been a weird few like months actually, now that I think about it. But I'm doing all right though. I've just been taking some time off, focusing on family and just collecting myself. I basically went to celebrate Christmas and New Year's and all that, and just, yeah, I just needed a break somewhere in there. It was like weird. Because, so I had to close down the company, right? Which was a bit of a heavy blow to deal with because it kind of left everything super uncertain. Right. Yeah, I hadn't celebrated Christmas for like 2 years with my family until last holiday season here. Because, what do you call it? Not last year, obviously, but the year before, we had to cancel Christmas because the sister I was supposed to, or we were supposed to celebrate it at, they got COVID tested positive, including my mom, because she had visits from my sister's children during the holiday season. And I can't remember, I think that was my grandma also tested positive, so it was just like a whole lot of just, god damn it, you know. So we decided to play it safe instead of spreading it even further. And then the year before that, I think we canceled it as well, right? But there it was more of like a precautionary, like preemptive precautionary measure of not wanting to risk spreading the disease. Not so much like because someone was already sick. If I remember correctly. It's a bit foggy. But it's been like really weird ever since the holiday season. Because I like was doing the company thing and it was, you know, just going along as effectively as possible, basically. And that was in October. And all of a sudden, like, I realized I had so many deadlines I needed to fit into. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I can see that. Well, sometimes that kind of stuff just happens when you least expect it, I guess you could say. Was that the lady that gave us the, like, that was the grandma of yours that gave us the what are they called again? The I don't know if you want to call them feet warmers, but you know what I'm talking about, the footwear. And if you don't know what I'm talking about, I can try and find it. Yeah, exactly. Mm. I actually wore those during Christmas to keep my feet warm. Still use them from time to time because they're pretty nice. Hmm. Well, I hope you've had some time to um, process it then. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, you say you've like followed track with what I've been up to, huh? So yeah, I guess you know, but MyGov doesn't. But yeah, basically I did the whole like company thing and had to shut it down in October because the deadline was by the end of October, which realistically turned out to actually be annoyingly so more like halfway into October than the actual end of it. Since I was basically told halfway that by this beginning of October that I needed to like put out a status report on how I was doing before the middle of October, because if things were not looking good enough, I would have to make the call already halfway through the month whether or not I actually wanted to or needed to shut down the company or not. And that kind of meant that almost like a vast majority even of October was just me like mentally breaking down in some sense because of a combination of that, you know, unnecessary stress and everything. Because like when I signed up for all this, I was told like, oh, you know, you get like 6 months worth of time to develop it all. But in reality, it's much closer to like 4 months of actual time to work on your company. Well, of development time, rather. And everything else that you might have wanted to do. Because, well, the first month more or less went by way too quickly because I first needed to have like a bank account and everything else set up and all that. And then also getting into like a rhythm of how to deal with things and such, because yeah, you have a plan, but you know, executing said plan also takes a lot of time and effort. And especially getting used to it when you haven't been doing anything else than going to classes for like a couple months prior to that. Yeah, exactly. So it's like, okay, you think you have time, but in reality, the job center won't give you the like that amount of time that you expect them to. It was not exactly nice. So one of the main things that I guess you could say went wrong is that I didn't spend as much time as I realistically should have had promoting the game or just its existence, really. And what I did manage to achieve was not enough, basically. I should have spent more time making like weekly development posts and that kind of stuff. Don't quite understand why I can't have the game out, because can't you make like 50,000 without having a company? I don't know. I've never been told that, so. They suddenly had a few work programs you had to finish beforehand? What? Really? That's bullshit. Like, I've been on one of those for like writing CVs, and I was like, this is a waste of time. But I mean, when you already have established plans on what you need to do, then your counselor needs to like put those priorities forward. It's only like they should only interfere with that kind of stuff when you don't have a plan. Yeah, that's... Oh, okay. I mean, the thing is, you're not legally allowed to have a CVR registered company if you're on unemployment benefits. That's the general rule of thumb. So that's, as far as I know, the reason why. Because as far as everything goes, it's mostly just the fact that I'm not allowed to legally run a company. But I can't earn money without having a CVR, though. Like, I can't have a company bank account if I don't have a CVR, which basically means I can't, as far as I know, legally earn money on my own whilst being on, like, receiving welfare benefits. I mean, the general law around it is like the whole EU law, where they're like, oh yeah, so in EU you're not allowed to run a company or have your company funded by the government, and that's what it's considered to be if you receive welfare benefits. Then it's considered the country directly funding your company. And because I don't have any like legal way of earning the money or whatever, that also means like I don't have a company account. That means that Steam doesn't have anywhere to send any money that I would make, as far as I know. So, and besides, like, if you don't have an actual company, I don't even know how all the legal stuff works in terms of liability and shit. But that's like a whole rabbit hole I have no idea about. I mean, for Steam, it's quite simple. You just need to have like a bank account hooked up to it. And you can release a game in your personal name as opposed to be in the name of a company. But the thing is, I already released MonsterStone in the name of the company, which is personally owned, but still. It's a weird situation, just let's put it that way. And basically, like, I have talked with Steam about it, and it's like, oh yeah, well, we can retire your application until like, you know, everything is normal or how it should be, or like, you know, the company resurfaces, if you will. Yeah, it's part of the reason why, like, even that 1 month's worth of time I effectively spent figuring out what to do with the game and all that, like half of that month, like I wasn't done with that when I actually shut down the company, if I remember correctly. So realistically, that entire process actually took closer towards like over an entirety of a month rather than just like a few days, you know. And even then, I didn't even get the actual bank account shut down until the end of the year, because the job center is slow as shit and I still haven't heard from them. Or actually the institution that actually does the payouts. Not that I have heard from the job center either. Or I have, but it's like a really funky situation. So yeah, right now, like, I'm just waiting for my counselor to like fucking get a hold on me, because that's the last thing that I agreed with the job center about, is that they would contact me, not the opposite way around. A phone call was attempted to, like, they were trying to call me back on the 22nd of December, but because it took me like 2 days to register that they had actually tried finally calling me, because that was the first time they tried to contact me since, you know, end of October, I didn't notice it straight away. And as a result, by the time I did realize they tried calling me and I wanted to call back, well, their offices were closed. And then they were closed, you know, all the way through January. Or not January, but until like into January. Yeah, see, here's where it gets weird though, Mygoff. The last agreement I had with my counselor was that I had did not need to fulfill any obligations in terms of the job center because I was on that program, which effectively means that I don't have to do any job searching activities, like literally none. And I still don't have to. I need to double check something. So that also means that since October, I have not applied for a single position because I didn't have to. So, and because the ball is basically in their park, I don't see any obligation for me to go significantly out of my way to get a hold on them, because it's their responsibility to get a hold on me. Because I called the job center or somewhere last week just to try and see if I could get a hold of my counselor. And I was basically told that yeah, apparently she's just really hard to get a hold on. Which one is it? Not this one. But apparently my counselor is just really hard to get a hold on. Well, this is an Aalborg, so you go figure whether or not it makes a massive difference or not. Okay, go straight. Cool. Just needed to reference how I did this. Go back to yo. So yeah, I'm kind of okay with it on one end, but also kind of pissed off on the other end. I'm okay with it because it means I can spend my time doing, anything I really care about doing. So I've had plenty of time to just recuperate from all this stress that I've been dealing with. So on that front, it's like, nice, just zone out basically and just more or less, just exist. On the flip side though, I'm also a little bit annoyed because I could have just as well continued running the company for way into like January, May, who knows, maybe even February at this pace. My guess is that it's a combination of things. First of all, the counselor that I have is, one specific person. And the reason why I'm waiting for her is because she's one of the few, if not the only one, that actually was assigned to me as well, specifically for this reason. But the only one that actually knows how to deal with this whole microloan situation that I'm in. So preferably I don't just get another counselor because they wouldn't know what to do with me anyways. Wow. Bureaucracy is at its best. Is that because they need to make sure that you're actually the person in question getting the ID card and to avoid fraud or whatever? That's just my guess. But yeah, basically I'm waiting on her because she's, as far as I know, the only person who actually knows how to deal with the situation. And because it's, you know, just one person and she's probably dealing with other clients as well on the sideline, there's a possibility that I've just been like pushed to the side because she's just swamped in work. That and the fact that over New Year's there tends to be a bit of a slack that needs catching up to because they are, you know, all gone for almost half a month or something. That's at least my guess. Right. Yeah, I can see that being a pain. And it only comes at the small cost of like your citizens having to deal with that. But yeah, I could effectively have kept running the company. And as a matter of fact, me and my business coach were actively talking about, okay, well, since I hadn't managed to get profitable, like what would I need in order to do so? And the only thing that I could really say about that realistically was, well, promotion of the game kind of got rushed significantly because of time pressure. So if I were able to deal with that, then there would be a chance that the game would at least garner some kind of attention, I guess you could say. But that was still like a, you know, I don't know for sure kind of thing. I just need to reference something again here. Okay. But we did talk about it and essentially made the agreement that he would ask the job center if I could get an extension on my period. For a couple reasons. Like, for one, he was very proud of how far I managed to get within the time span compared to some other people on the program. Because I'm not the only game developer there. And some of the other people there have not managed to even release a game even a year after the program. So the fact that I managed to was a good, like a pretty significant milestone in his eyes. But he talked with the job center about it, and they essentially said no. Because the extension would have been into mid-February. I'm trying to remember. Oh yeah, I remember why. That's because I was also talking about raising funds for the game through something called Spilordning, which is like the Danish Film Institute's fund for, well, game development. And the consensus there was that, you know, that was not a guarantee, so it would have been a risk trying to, you know, lean up on that possibility and all that stuff. So again, decided that that didn't seem feasible. So, or even if it were, you know, at least unreliable at best. Irony of the whole thing is that we're almost in February now. That was also like a really weird situation. I got to talk with a person at something called AAU Game Hub, which is Aalborg University's. It's like a branch thing. I haven't ever really fully understood how it works internally, but it's essentially like trying to get more game developer promotion stuff going on in Aalborg to make it more attractive to start out in that field. They were like acting out as like business counselors and what else you might expect being useful as a startup. And then I suppose or guess that it's funded by the university, but I never really cared so much about how they actually operate. Just the fact that they've got people available to help you out is all I needed to know, really. But I got to talk with one of those lovely people, and he basically said there were a couple of issues with trying to apply for funding. One of them is that ye old time requirements for applying for the funds is that your game is not released yet. And that gets into a weird situation because my game was technically already released into early access, just not fully. And that's a bit of a problem, because is it released or is it not? And even further now, I mean, it's been removed from the store as being sold. It's still there in early access, but you can't buy it. And if the requirement is that your game is not, like, they only fund unfinished products, I guess you could say, then the concern was if, you know, spending time on this application would even just be wasted, you know? Like, would it actually matter if it's just going to default to being denied anyway? So that, and the fact that the guy in question that needed to answer some of those questions was on holiday vacation at the time that I was talking to this counselor, I guess you would say, just made it even more, you know, troublesome. Because that meant that I needed an answer here and now, but I couldn't get one until like maybe, you know, several weeks later. And that just doesn't work when you're on like a tight deadline, and because time keeps ticking, you know. The only other way would have been to put everything on hold, but that's just not how the job center operates, I guess you could say. So I went away from that conversation pretty demotivated to really do anything, because it all felt, you know, futile all of a sudden. Like, I could still try and do the application, but I don't know. I was just like, well, even then, like, if I did it, if it didn't end up actually giving me any funds, that was the other problem, then I would be just as well off, you know. And the stress involved in that uncertainty, it was just, yeah, piling on with everything else, it was getting a little bit much. Because I also looked at the past like few months of what I had been through, and, you know, I'd already made the observation that I've just been sort of felt forced to do everything at an unrealistic pace, if you will. Like, everything just had to be done preferably last week, essentially. And that meant that, for instance, you know, promoting the game, instead of doing it across 6 months, which again realistically could at most have been 4 months, didn't even happen for just one, basically, because I had 1 month to polish up and promote the game at the same time and everything. And it's just like, there's just so many things that you need to do when preparing for launch of a game. And then, you know, preferably you continue development of it as well. And that's the thing, if it wasn't like an immediate success, basically, I wouldn't be able to do any of that. Because then and I ended up having to do that, and I ended up having to basically pull the plug on the whole thing before it really began. And that also just, yeah, was really demotivating. So instead of trying to rush it further along, I just decided to take a breather, sit back, and see what would happen. And then when things had calmed down a bit and I had a little bit more of an overview of what's going on, maybe take it up again. Now, obviously, I found out that, well, realistically, I can continue developing it, you know, because no obligations and all that, so. But yeah, it's just been a lot to think about. I also ended up spending, like, you know, that entire month just talking with, like, spending a lot of time talking with Steam, I guess, like, the support branch that deals with this kind of stuff. And this actually brings up another deadline, which is April. Because if the game does not return on sale to be sold in the store before April, then I need to get back in touch with them talking about whether or not the game needs to or not whether or not, but they specifically said that then they want to retire the game. And what that will mean is that no demo available on Steam, like it'll be there, but it'll be unavailable. Like you can't find it as far as I was understanding the situation. And the game itself as well won't be on the store either, like not visible unless you have, I think, maybe a direct link. And it's just like a result of me being in a very unique situation that that obviously Steam doesn't really have, like, I guess you could say, like a protocol, a cookbook approach to dealing with. Because usually when people release something on Steam and make a company, they don't have some artificial deadline necessarily that needs, where everything just needs to work out from. Like if you have a part-time job or a full-time job on the sideline and you're running this person, like, then you're allowed to, or most likely, you know, run a company on the side. Not always. I mean, some contracts say that you're probably not allowed to do stuff like that. I don't know. That's just a guess, though. But generally speaking, like, if you're running this as like a side thing to your actual job, then there's no outside force that suddenly just says, like, you can't do this anymore. Like, regardless of whether or not you have the time and availability to do so, you're just not allowed to, you know? And that's the thing that's so weird about this, is that it's so artificial. In the sense, like, why? Why are you not allowed to also run a company on the sideline? I mean, I know the answer to why, but still. Need these pieces. Oop. But I mean, the game is like in a more finished state now than it was before. So that's a good thing. I also have all the, you know, assets for the store and all that is, you know, done. It's there. It's not just gonna go away. So, all things considered, you know, it's still progress. So we'll see what the future brings. I'm thinking about, like, you know, getting a part-time job over the summer and see where that leads me. Or full-time, whatever it ends up in. And then for the time being, at least until the job center figures out their shit, I'll just like make the most of what I can. And for the time being, that is making more content for the game. That, and also trying to get like in the habit of writing more updates and promoting the game that way. Like doing Screenshot Saturday stuff, for instance. Just small things to try and get like some kind of attraction to the game, or at least show that it's out there, I guess you could say. We also need some pillars. It's 3 levels tall, so we need all of those. Oh, right. I also need to make sure that these use the right ones. That looks correct. Okay, it does do that. I've also been trying to organize myself a little bit. Basically updating my Trello things that need to be done overview. I do have a Trello with all the tasks I want to do for the game. And there was a lot of things I could cross off, like the game has sound and music. That's a pretty big one. It also has an options menu. Didn't have that before. And then maybe some streaming might also be a positive thing. We'll see how that goes though. That's like a bit of a mixed bag. Especially since I haven't been streaming, or I haven't streamed for so long now. There we go. And then this weekend on Saturday, I'm currently planning on trying to do a little bit of a tutorial on how all these specific small things that I'm doing to make these levels, why those are important. Basically, just a tutorial on how to make the levels, and who knows, maybe also just give out the template, because it's nothing super special. Like, making these levels isn't that difficult. It's just the finishing touches that are a bit convoluted, to say the least. So probably need to add edge split there. Not on that surface though. Alright, let's do the magic step. That goes looking all blocky to look, let's just say dynamic, I guess. Dynamic or organic. That's interesting. I can kind of feel that I'm actually streaming, because normally it doesn't take that long to apply these effects. Makes sense though, I mean they're pretty CPU intensive. So that should give us some more organic looking terrain. Let's see what that looks like in Unity. And this was level 10. If we go in here, take you and re-import this one. I guess I can give a little bit of a teaser on how many steps are actually involved in the whole process. Let me see. Where did I put? Not the tree. MonsterStone. Prelude. And then shit. There it is. So these are all the current steps that I've lined out for making a level, basically. And for the time being, I'm only like working on what I call like the terrain mesh, I guess, like the environment stuff. Not actually placing resources. Bum bum bum. But all of that is actually all the way down to here. I'm not even doing the last step yet. I'm actually only doing until step 15. So it's a lot of stuff. And some of the more like step 9 here is part of why it's a bit convoluted on how to actually make these. Now there's a good reason for why it is that, and also more importantly why I'm actually doing it this way in the first place. Oh right. Let me see. Is it this one? No. Where's that? Here we go. We need to link some mesh data here as well. Number 10. Ruins. How is it, if I recall correctly? This needs a... what's it called again? Edge split modifier. Set that to 180 degrees. And why is this not centered? Oh, that is probably the problem. It's because it is centered. But the center is not in the middle of the map. Or model, whatever you want to call it. Fix that though. There we go. Save view. And now if we reopen this, it should be fixed. There you go. It's sometimes a little bit easier to double check in the actual blend files if everything is as it should be. Just so I avoid importing things into Unity every time. Because as you can see, this takes a little second. And there we go though. And because I can never remember where the materials are located, I'm just gonna grab it from here. There we go, already looks a lot better. One thing I do need to check though is the this quick. There we go. Not too happy with this transition down here. Looks a little bit obvious. Hey Toto, the adventures of placeholder. Yes. Indeed. Placeholder will never get out. Okay. Remember to rename this. What? What do you mean? Babies fly. Okay, this confirms what should have realized a while ago. Damn. Okay, that's kind of annoying. I need to write this down actually. Ah, here. Add a part to this. Because I'm pretty certain that if I take the terrain and raise it to where it needs to be on this side, for instance, it'd be a height of 2. Yeah, then it makes that not so nice. Like, it works, but the reason why it does this weird lighting effect in this case, not down here now, is because it's like flush with the terrain here, so because it's like a slope. And it's because I need to do that lowering on the edges out towards the, well, outer edges of the terrain. Otherwise, if they were the same height, then the mesh terrain doesn't have any place where it like intersects into the terrain plate, and then it creates like, effectively it would create this effect here where the terrain goes like straight down, and then it creates this really ugly dark shadowing effect. Again, going back to it being really convoluted for a reason. So in order to fix that, yeah, you have to go around like raising the outer edges by, in my case, I found it to work with 0.05, and then lowering the other, like the inner edge of that by the same amount, and then that creates just enough of a slope for it to like merge in with the terrain plate and be seamless. But it does mean that I made that mistake of adjusting stuff that shouldn't have been. Which means all these inner edges here need to be changed back. Okay, is it something that's gonna break TOS though? Because if the answer is yes, then obviously I can't watch it, look at it now. I mean, you are talking about flying babies, and that usually is a bit of a red flag. God damn it, having to go back and fix all this is a little bit annoying. And not that one. But yeah, in theory, if I make like a tutorial on how to at least do the basic steps for this, people could technically make levels and get like and submit them for being added into the game, at least to a certain degree. At the very least, the basic level mesh terrain stuff. The only thought I had about that though is that as well and good that idea is, it does still mean that I would have to go through and do the majority of the work anyway. So it's just like the general terrain layout would, you know, be all ready to go. But then the actual cleanup process and all that. And I guess that also brings up the concern that if someone did stuff in that mesh or whatever that wasn't supposed, like doesn't work, then I would have to find that as well. So I don't know, we'll see. We'll see what happens. Because I mean, if I make mistakes as easily as this as well, then that's probably gonna be a general thing, huh? Wait, that's not what I wanted. There we go. And the upside is that if I caught this slight mistake earlier, then that would actually have meant less time required to actually make all this. The issue is that some of the other levels I already have finished are gonna have this same issue though. Over the last 2 weeks, I have noticed that the terrain looked a little bit weird though there, and I just assumed that it was just like always the case, but I actually have a way of avoiding it, it seems. Okay, are we good? Okay, there's still a few places left. I think like my biggest wet dream for making this game would be to have some way of like simplifying this process drastically. Like say, I think the only way to, like I've thought about it, and I think the only way to realistically achieve that would be to make a custom terrain engine for within Unity that either generates like uses voxels to generate a similar result, but the way that this works means like there's a limit to how much you can do to achieve the same exact effects. The biggest like issue with just straight up using voxels is that you don't really have the fine control that I needed in order to achieve the visual aesthetic for the game, because it looks slightly blocky in some instances, like intentionally so. So it's not like it's intentionally built that way to make it feel a little bit blocky in some cases. Not exactly sure how to explain that, but like, let's see, like for instance here, right? This edge here is going to come out a little bit more blocky because it's, you know, a box shape. But I could technically have made that like a slope inwards, just no problem. And then it wouldn't be as blocky. But these pillars, you know, if I wanted those to be rounded, I needed to put a lot more work and effort into achieving that. Essentially like subdividing them and stretching them, or yeah, morphing them into shape. That means a lot of extra steps in order to make the terrain as opposed to what I'm currently doing. So to try and work with the way that this process is pipeline for making everything that certain type of visual style, I'm intentionally working in favor of how that like all is structured, because you basically like sculpt out the terrain like a, you know, white boxing kind of level design approach, but then to achieve the visual fidelity and all that, you basically subdivide it a couple times and then smooth it out a little bit to have a general, you know, contour of the landscape, if you will. And that's where that blockiness sort of comes from. and then you displace those vertices randomly, like using a noise map in two of the directions. I don't want to like displace it vertically, because like all the vertices get displaced only horizontally, and that's how I make sure that the surfaces on the top are smoothed out. But obviously, you know, just doing that is going to create all this extra junk of overlapping vertices and stuff. So that's why I also smoothen it out a little bit to correct some of that. But now we have a lot of extra vertices, like on some of the surfaces that you don't really want. So you decimate it, which basically just drastically cuts down the amount of vertices that you actually have. So for some of the really flat surfaces, they get reduced to just a few tries in the most extreme cases, which is, you know, way more optimized. But in some of these instances, they're like still going to be creating weird shapes. Like this is a quad and this over here is a tri. You never get more than a quad or a tri in this, but in essence, a game engine like Unity will always show everything's in tris. So it'll automatically dissect this quad into a tri. So to get ahead of that a little bit, I do it myself by triangulating everything. It also makes it so that I can actually work with the vertices afterwards, because it does create weird artifact effects like this one where certain vertices will get like pinched and moved into places that are non-optimal. So once the terrain is more final in terms of visual and overall shaping and all that, I need to go back and then manually fix all these small artifact issues, otherwise it looks weird in the game. I didn't do that for the first couple of levels I made originally for the very longest of times, but you know, I've been polishing all of that as well to make the terrain finalized. But you can see why this creates a bit of a problem if you want to go back and add or remove detail, because the only way you can realistically do that is either start from, you know, scratch before these effects were applied back to the gray boxing process and then reapply them, but that would mean you'd have to correct every single artifact mistake that happens as part of this process. Now, there are other things too, like you need to smooth out the outer edges because they're not flat anymore, and they need to be for the way that the game is structured to avoid gaps on the outer edges of the terrain. Amongst a bunch of other small details here and there. So, you know, it means that I don't have to manually sculpt all this. Like imagine if I had to, in a voxel engine, sculpt all of this by hand while still keeping the overall visual aesthetic and feel of all the levels consistent, you know? But at the same time, to achieve this level of fidelity, you just can't, because a voxel is like a three-dimensional grid, and this does not adhere to a grid at all. Like, all of these shapes are all over the place. So you could achieve something similar to this, but on one end you would need a high resolution, what do you call it, voxel terrain thing, whatever you want to call it, in order to just get approximately close to this. And then your sculpting tools are also limited in what they allow, like how much precision you can have, as far as I know anyway. So making something like a very, you know, circular tunnel that is still a little bit organic looking is really difficult in a voxel engine. So you would need to like spend a lot more time on this than doing it with this approach, because all the detail of and roughness of the terrain is done automatically. You don't have to sculpt that by hand. So granted, with a voxel engine, you know, you could easily add and remove details, so there's that pro and con, but when I started working on this game, I decided on this process simply because it's like a little bit of a best of two worlds kind of scenario. Because there are other things you cannot do within voxel engine as well. Like, oh, you want to add detail geometry like these ruin walls. Well, then you have to add those in engine. But in order for those to fit within the terrain, you basically need to put down the ruins parts in the engine then. And that leaves you with another problem of optimizing the geometry for these. Because then you either need to choose to like separate this into a separate, like make all these pieces individual and then place them one by one in the engine. But then you need to be 100% sure that you have a permutation for every single, you know, connection variation of these shapes that you could possibly foresee. And this is just a single tile set, you know. What if you want to have more like different types of man-made walls or something like that? The list just keeps growing in terms of edge cases where, you know, a voxel terrain just can't deal with that level of flexibility you need. It's you know, it's a difficult problem to solve. So that's why, like, the only way I can feasibly see it be possible is if you make your own terrain engine somehow, where you can do the white boxing. Oh, that looks way better. But where you can basically do the basic white boxing step that I do in Blender, maybe in Unity, or take that and just put it into Unity, and then Unity does the rest from there and converts it how it needs to be. But even then, you would still run the issue with the ruins parts and stuff, which you can get around, but then you would also need to do some weird mesh combining in the Unity editor, which is possible, but again, requires even more tools at your disposal to achieve that effect. So, like, how complex do you want your development tools to become, right? Like, at some point you need to also make the game. So how long do you want to spend on actually preparing all the tools just to make the game with? And that's where, you know, at some point decided, okay, I need to have something that just works, you know? Otherwise the game is never gonna go anywhere. So yeah. Fun times of being a game developer and having to make those design constraints. So for as many shortcomings as this approach has, the benefits, you know, outweigh them basically. Because what I'm also trying, or have been trying to utilize, is Unity's built-in terrain engine, which is a much more performance-friendly way of getting like large flat surfaces that vary in height, but also allows you to do stuff like texture painting and placing details such as grass onto them. But how do you combine that with a mesh, you know? That's why the whole convoluted step-by-step process of actually making the terrain in the first place. Because otherwise things just wouldn't fit together. So yeah. And it's not like it's the worst thing in the world either. It doesn't take awfully long to make the terrain. It takes about, like, if I really focused on it, I could probably make two levels worth of terrain for like throughout a full workday, pretty much. Brakes and everything else included. However, that is assuming that, you know, all the assets are in place. You've got your trees, rocks, everything, and you're only having to worry about the terrain. There does come a time, though, where you also need to sit and at least spend a little bit time brainstorming how, you know, what kind of terrain you're actually wanting to achieve. Because they are not randomly generated levels, so there needs to be some kind of thought process behind the layout of the terrain. Like, what resources do you want in it? What biomes should it represent? What kind of quests might you consider adding forward? Like, what's the purpose of the level in general? And for my game, I also need to like account for a few other things, like, well, if there's no water in the level, then there's no way to get fish at the moment. So if all the resources in the game are equally important, then that poses a bit of a problem if some of them are completely absent from certain levels, if I don't do it consistently. Because that basically translates to, well, if there's some levels that won't have fish, you know, just to allow for levels that don't have water in them, then from a gameplay perspective, maybe you should also consider levels that then don't have trees, you know? And I can achieve that just, you know, fine. If I say, like, oh, if it's a desert level, maybe it's just a bunch of, you know, rock and sand and stuff. Then you wouldn't have to worry about, like, an argument for why there are no trees. Or it could be like a level that just has fewer trees instead. Or a level that has like that is more opposite, where it's just like a lot of water. Almost exclusively so, even. So that there are more fish, but less room for everything else as a consequence. And that also means then you gotta consider the quests and stuff for progression for those levels to be more centered around the theme for it, right? Because can't really ask a player to get stuff that doesn't exist in a particular level. Or I mean, I can, but that would probably just annoy the hell out of some people. In theory, I could also have gone a slightly different route and just not utilize Unity's built-in terrain plate system at all. I mainly decided to do so because I wanted to hopefully get some of the benefits of performance from using the terrain plate. I'm not entirely savvy on how it deals with everything, but I'm fairly certain that there's probably some render optimizations and other stuff that you just don't get with regular mesh-based terrain, I guess you would say. Because if I did a full mesh-based terrain, I would have that, like, a few issues that I would need to deal with as well. Like, for one, texture. Right now, it's just like 2 textures on all this terrain, and wherever I want anything that's not grass and sandstone or whatever you want to call this, I need to basically use a terrain plate. Because here you can paint all the terrains that you add into it and create some like gradual transitions and whatever else you might want. And you can achieve that with mesh-based terrain. Like I was looking at tools that allows you to do that with some specific shaders and stuff, but it's not very optimized from a development standpoint even. Like the more textures you would add to these mesh-based shaders or whatever, the more laggy your Unity project becomes whenever you're interacting with it. If I remember, even so much so that at some point it almost becomes impossible to just work with it. So like if you can't even work with it, then obviously that solution doesn't even work for you. And the other problem was also that painting vertices is not quite the same as a neatly laid out grid, you know, that just is raised and lowered, because all the vertices are not aligned in a grid when they're vertices like this, at least. So when you're painting textures, then you have like this vertex here, for instance, would cover a lot more of the terrain in terms of its texture if you were to paint, because, you know, they need a reference point for where the textures are applied to. So it becomes really weird to work with as well. I do have some instances where I actually do need to paint vertices, but I do that with what's called vertex painting, and it's more like it is for textures, but it's in order to basically it works like a mask. Like if you go into a image processing program like Photoshop, it's a bit like an alpha mask basically. Wherever a certain color is present, then you can tell the shader, oh, the more red this vertex color is, the more of this particular texture shines through. So that way you can like do texture painting, but on meshes. And the tool I was trying out at some point allowed you to do that inside Unity, but then also like layer vertex colors on top of each other, which is why it got so laggy if you added just a few more things. It was also really clunky and not very user friendly, so there's a myriad of reasons why I didn't want to deal with it. Just keep things a little bit more simple. Especially if it's not something like, if you don't need that level of fidelity anyway, then what's the point, you know? But in my case, I still need to do a bit of vertex painting in some cases. Like for instance, if I want to make a cave level, I do have a shader that replaces a certain vertex color with just black. Like not a texture, but just black color actually. And that way I can make it seem like you're underground by making a transition on top of walls and such where it fades into black basically. And I still combine that with the regular terrain plates. And then I just paint the terrain plate completely black in those instances, where it's supposed to basically be a space that's like, oh, you know, this is like an invisible wall or whatever you want to call it. The effect works pretty well, and it's not like too much of a pain to apply. Because then I only need to vertex paint the locations that need to be black. And the transitions don't have to be perfect either, because it's just from a texture to a black color. When you're doing it from texture to texture though, like say you want to have a gravel path, I can't really make a gravel path here, for instance, in this case, because there's no vertices along the middle of this surface. So if I wanted to vertex paint all this, I would have to not do the decimate step of cutting down on vertices. And then that comes at the cost of performance because, well, now you have more vertices in places that maybe don't need them as much. The other thing was also just like how it actually stores the vertex data. Because in order to do so, I'm pretty sure it needed like multiple instances of the same mesh, but or like layers of stuff. I'm not entirely sure how, like, on a technical level it actually works. But for the terrain plate stuff that's in Unity, I did look into that a little bit. And it's essentially like, going back to the Photoshop analogy, you have like, say, one layer, just in that layer has different colors in the RGB spectrum, and alpha as well, if I remember, which essentially means you have 4 textures that can be mapped to this masking, if you will. And it works well for terrain plates because terrain plates already are sort of like represented by a grayscale image. So you have a large square area, which a terrain plate is always, you know. Then each node, like each pixel in that texture represents like a point on your terrain plate. And then the more white to black it is, it's going to define how high or like how high or low it is, vertically speaking. So now imagine the same layout just for textures where every single node or every single pixel can represent a location on your grid. And then the RGBA value of that pixel represents exactly which of 4 textures or a blend of those 4 textures gets applied to that one vertex that corresponds with that pixel. So then the question becomes, well, how do you add more than 4 textures then? Well, the answer is pretty simple, though as far as I'm aware, convoluted to implement. But you basically just have multiple layers of RGBA textures, which essentially means that what happens when you apply more than 4 different textures to your terrain plate in Unity is that it creates another image layer, if you will, of RGBA values. So the first 4 textures are represented in your first RGBA image, and then 5 to 8 of them, like number 5 to 8 textures, are represented in a second one. And then every time for every 4 textures you apply or want to utilize, you just add another layer of this. And then the shader basically goes through all those layers to determine which texture is present in any of those grid points. And it is either 4 or 3. I don't remember exactly all the details because it's years ago since I looked into this. Because I was actually trying to make my own shader specifically for terrain plates and found out, oh, okay, this is not so easy maybe. Because obviously there also needs to be some way to determine whether or not, you know, which of the reference images that Unity needs to account for in terms of the pixel values. And I don't remember exactly how that part works. What I do seem to recall, though, is that this is part of the reason why in some cases you might see specific combinations of textures not blending properly if you have too many different textures like right next to each other. Because at some point it has, like, Unity has to decide which texture takes precedent over the others. And if you just have like a lot of varying textures in like the same space, that becomes really difficult. And that's how you end up with like some really weird ass noisy stuff, basically. It's like hard to explain if you've never seen it before. But it doesn't look pretty, that's the general gist of it. But you can also imagine that means that every time you reach the next threshold for adding more textures, your terrain plate becomes more and more performance heavy. Because even if those textures are not present, like you've assigned a texture but you're not utilizing that space, if you will, in your mapping, the shader still has to account for those layers, because it just does as it's told, right? Because maybe you used some of that available real estate, because you did assign textures to that shader, you're just not utilizing it. Doesn't mean that it's not there though. It's just a value of 0, right? So as far as I understood from that takeaway, I guess you could say, was also, well, ideally you don't assign textures to your terrain plate that you're not 100% sure going to be using. So in theory, another like optimization step I could do one day is to go through all the levels, terrain data, and remove any textures that are not being utilized. But the thing is, that's like just an optimization step that has no impact on what you see in the game. Like, it doesn't change the visual appearance of anything. It doesn't like straight up improve the gameplay. It doesn't add anything new, you know? Whereas, oh, if the terrain has like really ugly elements to it that, like, say those vertices that get tucked in or whatever you want to call it, that's something you can see. And even more annoyingly is that if I don't fix it now when I'm working on these, and say I wanted to fix it later, well, I can do that, but it does introduce the problem of all the like, if the vertices get shifted around, what's gonna happen with all the resources that I put down? And also the vertices being moved around a little bit, that's also going to affect how the terrain plate, like the location where the terrain plate needs to be in order to connect with that mesh-based terrain. Which basically means if I don't like account for it now and I wanted to do it later, that would result in other visual issues such as floating rocks and trees in some cases, or gaps in the terrain because the terrain plate isn't covering it properly anymore. The terrain plate part is the easiest one to fix, because you can just hide all the other geometry of the level and then just iterate onto the terrain plate and correct any visual issues that you encounter. So that's, you know, doable, even though it's also suboptimal, because it leaves you with another step you have to do one day. right? You'd have to go through all your levels to apply this process, as opposed to spending a little bit more time doing it properly the first time around, right? Because that means once the terrain is done, I never have to look at that part of the pipeline again. So you do the top-down approach, I guess you would call it, right? Because that also means that if you make sure that the terrain is ready, like actually ready, and polished and all that, you don't run the risk of missing out on specific levels later. Like say you were to forget about, or not forget per se, but like you wanted to go back and iterate on all the levels to make sure they are not basically having any kind of visual artifacts and that stuff. Well, what if you miss a level? Sure, like a player will just look at it and be like, huh, okay, that's... Like if they notice it at all, you know? Which just makes the game look less polished. And I don't know, personally I think that lands into a weird territory of like, some players have, or some people have like a tendency to evaluate a company's what do you call it, like their trust to a certain company based off the quality of what they're making. And then some people will like give solo developers a little bit more elbow room to make less polished stuff or make more mistakes than say like a larger company and such. But I personally you know, want to make something that I'm actually proud of, something that I want to put my name behind, you know? And in return give any player the best possible experience I can, which is no easy feat obviously, but you know, you don't get there if you're not trying. And at least this way my conscience is a little bit more clear, like at least I'm trying. Naturally there is the concern like, well, you know, how much time should you be spending on optimizing and polishing level geometry if your game doesn't have enough content to warrant its price tag or whatever it might be? Which is a fair point, like it's just like choosing those priorities becomes difficult sometimes. Because again, yeah, I could maybe pump out the levels a little bit faster by skipping these optimization steps and cleaning and polishing and all that. But if I want to do them at some point anyway, and it's required for that aforementioned resource placement, then why not just do it while you're working on it? It's going to take a bit longer time, but it's going to save more time in the other end of it all. But I guess that is the problem, eh? You don't always have that time. Like the time to actually do the polishing now. But in my case, I'm just making time. Because as much as I want, multiple parts and aspects of the game to be done preferably last year, that's just not realistic. But that's just me rambling. Another thing I could also do is to even cut further down on geometry, but yeah. Enough time and deadline isn't compatible. Right. That's true. Now imagine you also have to not only develop the game, but you also have to set up a store page, somehow promote the game, and do occasional status reports to your business coach on how you're doing. And, also be a human on the sideline. Now that is one of those really difficult balancing acts. And that's definitely one of the things that I felt like in October, is that there was just not enough hours in a week, Time was just flying by much faster than I would have liked. And then also dealing with like a little bit of restlessness and not being able to sleep properly, and every other human aspect that you could consider associated with stress and what else there is. Yeah, you kind of see how like you don't get as much done all of a sudden as you ideally should have. Because once your body starts falling apart, and you give up almost on a physical level, then you're trying to go a bit too fast. But at the same time, I don't know. I mean, you could make the discussion of whether or not I should even have released the game in, around close to October, and just preemptively called it and said like, okay, I'm not going to release it after all in this deadline because it's just too much all at once, and then wait until another more appropriate time. That was the thing though, like I was also faced with the potential question of, well, if I don't release the game, what is the job center's and my business coach's stance on the whole idea of me being in, owning a company in the first place? Because if I could make some of that progress, as I planned at least, then, in terms of that aspect, I guess, of establishing the company, I've at least reached those goals, right? I had something to show for it, if you will. Because otherwise it could just have been construed like, yeah, you just developed on the game, but you didn't actually like get anywhere with it, It wasn't made available or anything. Only downside is that even though it was made available, now I'm in the situation of maybe it becomes unavailable, like not indefinitely, but in a completely different way that might may or may not get difficult to get out of, you know. Now, granted, I can and probably will, if needed to, put the demo up on itch.io, where I had a demo up previously. The only reason why I haven't done that yet is, or one of the primary reasons anyway, is that I already had a demo up on itch.io, which is kind of different to what the new version of the demo is in a lot of significant ways, actually. Because the current demo is like, it has sound and music and options menu and all the, you know, background stuff that I worked on throughout those 6 months. But it also has less levels than the old demo version of the game, because the current retail version contains all of those like sound, music, effects and all that, and more upgrades and all the levels that I used to have as well. So since I didn't want to have all the demo contain all the levels anymore, I decided to cut down on that part of it in favor of making, like, you know, the demo more like a demo. Because, yeah, before it was literally everything I had for the game was in said demo. Obviously can't really do that if you're also wanting to sell the game, you know? Because otherwise, like, why pay for the game if the demo has most of the same content? And that brings me back to itch.io. Because there already was a demo version of the game there, what I was able to do was to make future, I don't know what you would call it, but like user acquisitions of access to the demo, make that unavailable essentially. So if you went to the itch.io page, you can't access a demo version on there anymore unless you already had to in the past. But the version that you do have access to is the old demo version, because it's still the same files. I never changed that. Which essentially means that, say, like, Steam wants me to retire MonsterStone from their store, well, that's basically going to ruin any kind of visibility that the game has on that platform. And also would mean that, as far as I understood it from them, the demo would become unavailable. Like, people wouldn't be able to go there and get a demo version of it. Which essentially means I would need another location for people to do so. And, you know, Steam has no problem with that whatsoever. But then I would have to decide what to do with itch.io, because if I re-enable the ability to add the game's files, if you will, to your itch.io account, I'm left with a choice. Like, I either have, like, if I want to have the current demo version of MonsterStone on itch.io, I need to remove the old downloads, which basically means that anyone who downloaded the old demo versions in the past will cease to have access to that indefinitely, which also means that that particular version of the demo just won't be available at all anymore. Probably doesn't really matter, but it also means, like, you know, I'm basically removing access to something that people had access to in favor of a version that has fewer levels but more polish, I guess. What I'm probably going to end up doing, though, in that case, is just to go with it and say, like, well, this is now the new demo version. And there is a version of the game that exists with more content, but you just can't get it. Because it's not for sale. And that's also just like conceptually, that's just such a fucked up situation, right? Like, you have a product that you've worked hard on making, but basically your government and EU laws is telling you that you can't monetize it because you're receiving money from the government. And again, I get it, the concept being, well, you'd be operating a company, so if you're operating a company, you should be able to be self-sufficient, you know? Why run a company if it's not profitable? But that's just the thing with game development, especially as an indie, is that unless your title is woefully successful, you just don't get that kind of cash flow. Because if you've already become so successful that you can live full-time off it, you know, great. But if you can't get there because you're not allowed to sell the game, then it's a catch-22 as well. Like, you have a game that could potentially garner interest and be sold as a supplementary income until, you know, it potentially gets really popular or not. But you're just not able to get it as a supplementary income. I mean, fuck. I'd be fine if anything I would make off of the game would just be, you know, counteracted in what I received as social welfare benefits. Like, say, oh, you get like, you know, 13,000 before taxes from the Danish government a month, and you earned like maybe 2,000 Danish crowns last, like for the previous month. Well, why not just, you know, counteract that 1,000 you made then? Would that really be such a big problem? But I guess the general consensus is that if you're unemployed, you should be looking for a job, not trying to make your job. And it's like a bit of a topic with, you know, discussions on both sides of the thing, because is it fair to other tax-paying citizens that you get to like essentially receive taxpayers' money in order to pay your bills because you're also working on like your own project? Because obviously the big problem there is that there's no way to like what do you call it, really restrict and someone who's unemployed in just spending all their time working on a game or whatever they're working on. But a counterpoint to that is that kind of you can, right? Because if you want to receive money from the government, you already have to fulfill certain requirements. And that's, in that case, like, I would still argue that it's better if people are allowed to actually, at the very least, attempt to become self-sufficient through their own job title or own created job, if they manage to do so. Because you still have to be available for the job center, right? Fulfill all those requirements, if you will. So if you've already fulfilled those requirements and you've basically done what is asked of you in that regard to receive those welfare benefits, then as long as that's being done, why not also just allow people to actually like try to make it on their own? Because in the current way that the system works, you're actively just being punished for trying to make it on your own. Would it work in actuality? Not so sure. But again, you could argue, is it still better than people losing all sense of like motivation and hope for doing really anything at all, and at least give them that much that they can work with, you know? Basically keep people busy so that they also don't fall into that I've been unemployed for like several years kind of situation, and any kind of motivation to like actually apply for jobs is plummeted because, well, clearly nothing's been working out. So what do you do? But yeah, that's just like such a weird topic. And whenever I think about that, it's like I can't help but remember, like, I actually came across it yesterday coincidentally again, but is this I guess meme thing where like oh, back in year X and X, if you don't want to flip burgers for the rest of your life, you better get like a degree or whatever. And then as time progresses on, like, why like no one wants to flip burgers and stuff at the end of it? Well, it's basically because we were told to get a degree so that in case we didn't want to flip burgers. Obviously, you know, that's just that really simplified version, but I don't know, I think there's a bit of truth to it. Because it's like, on one end, you're being told, well, you just need to get a job in order to feed yourself. But on the other end, you're simultaneously also being told that you shouldn't waste your degree. And the longer you wait trying to make use of your degree, the less value it has. So, like, which are you going to do then? Because, I mean, you can't do both. Or maybe you can, but then you'd just be like absolutely destroyed. Or maybe have really, really strong physical and mental resolve. I'm not sure. But yeah, government tells you, oh yeah, you need to like finish up your degree preferably last year. Or preferably before you're even fucking born or something. And throughout school, like, you know, oh, you are the future generation that have to like like, especially like with today's generation that's in school, everyone's being told that they basically need to save the world because it's falling apart. But the rules of education at least be done the year before you start it, right? Yeah. When I was at uni, about a year into it, they'd just done some reforms that basically meant that if you needed to do a re-exam, you had to complete them within 2 years of initiating the course, I think it was, or something along the lines of that. Which, you know, sounds cool on paper. You know, 2 years is a long time to continuously fail a course, until you realize that, well, you only get 2 chances a year to actually succeed on this. and they both fall in the same time space, which is either winter or summer. So why the 2 years then? And how does that work? Well, a course only runs for 1 semester, and it only runs a specific part of the semester. So if you fail a course for the year in which you initiated it, you would have to, or like at the very least, like if you fail the extra exam and the re-exam, you'd have to wait half a year before the course would even be started up again. And then another half a year before the exams would actually be carried out. Because they're not going to do dedicated exams just for you because you need to do a re-exam. So at the very most, you only get 4 attempts. And then you basically get expelled, or you have to start the... I don't remember what the exact like wording of it was, but it basically means you have to start over on the education, I believe, or you just get expelled outright. I don't even know if they would give you any more chances after that. It's just like this fucked up thing. So that also means if you weren't able to participate in the re-exam, you got even less attempts. Yeah, that seems a bit more reasonable, so that you actually have time to prepare, because that's the problem. You would take the like the primary exam attempt, and if you failed, you only had like a few weeks maybe to study in order to succeed in the said re-exam. And I mean, if you fail the original exam, there's a good chance that, you know, you might also fail a re-exam. I mean, there's a reason why our grades are on a scale and not just pass-fail. That's the case, though. If it's a pass-fail exam, it's a bit different, but from my experience, pass-fail exams are also much harder to fail because they are just that, pass and fail. They also tend to be a little bit more on the softer side of the type of topics that you're learning about. So you don't really get to defend yourself in the same way in like a clean cut and dry math exam, just to put an example into perspective. And that's just like, dude. That's actually also a valid point. I mean, that is probably why they put them alongside each other, the re-exams, is because you wouldn't have time anyway, because next semester starts, right? Hey, Zach. Been a while. Why the shifty eyes, though? We're just talking about exam bullshit, and actually that all started because I mentioned how the government basically wants the next generations to fix all our problems. Zach is a real life friend of mine. Yeah. I still haven't heard from the job center, by the way. Well, I have, but they tried calling me on the 22nd of December, like I talked during New Year's. But since then, there has been no further attempts to try and get a hold on me. So I still have no job center obligations at all. I don't have any meetings I have to attend to. I don't have any jobs I have to apply for. Yeah. I called them sometime last week, like just the job center proper, to try and figure out what was going on. And the lady I talked with, she said, yeah, I can see like this counselor you have. Yeah, I can see why. She's a hard one to get a hold on. I suspect she was probably looking at, you know, her work schedule and and it was probably all completely booked. And because I haven't been reintegrated into the job center system properly yet, there's no automated processes in place at this moment. So I don't get the, you know, oh, you have to apply for a new meeting thing and just go and do it digitally. Like, there's none of that even. Because apparently it has to be done manually at this stage. Because I'm in the system, but not really. It's really weird. Because with the microloan stuff, I wasn't really, like, I was in the job center system, but not really. Basically, yes. I have no obligations, but I still get payouts. That is exactly correct. So, because I've realized that, I've just decided to say fuck it and try and, you know, do something productive with my time. There's only so many video games you can play before your brain starts turning into mush. It's not good for my mental health, at least. Yeah. I talk with other people about it too, and they would say, like, that's also what they would recommend. So yeah. That's kind of why we're here. So it's like, if I go to the jobs center page, it'll say like, we can see that you haven't applied for any jobs in the last 30 days. And that it could have like potential consequences for your payouts, but that's been the case since the end of October, and I still get all my payouts. And since I'm fulfilling my obligation of having tried to contact the job center after they calling me, I mean, they didn't contact me first until the 22nd of December, so consider like end of October until the 22nd of December, I didn't even get any like information on what I was supposed to do next. So I just applied for welfare benefits and got them, but my counselor is still the same. And she has like special insight into how this program I've been on functions, so even though the lady the other day said I should just call them and get like another counselor, I'm not too keen on that idea, because I have a lot of stuff like unresolved business that I need to take care of, so I'm not really motivated to push ahead and do that. Because it would probably just mean that the job center lady, that like the other counselor, would try and make me busy or whatever and push obligations onto me that I don't really care for. And all my unresolved stuff would just lay and linger, and I don't want to do that. Like, they can get their shit together and fucking get all of it. What I'm making level geometry. Exciting stuff, I know. Right now I'm just doing the finishing touch, which is to basically polish the generated result that I have. Because I need to fix up stuff like this, where it just get pinched in similar cases, where the geometry might look a little bit off. And I think for this level, it's probably a bit more lengthy than otherwise. Like, this also looks a bit I guess one way to simplify the explanation is that I'm just smoothing out the terrain to remove artifacts. And then I decided to do a bit of streaming today because it's been a while. And I've been sort of wanting to do like a little bit of a tutorial on how to actually like step by step build a terrain from scratch, which means that this Saturday I'm planning on doing another stream where I'm doing just exactly that. And I'm also contemplating like turning that into a YouTube tutorial video, basically, like cutting down the stream into that. So like remove face cam and like for the weekend stream. Do it. Yeah. I've also been doing Screenshot Saturday updates this last Saturday and the previous one, just to get into the habit of doing it. Teasing some of the new terrains. And then I've almost gone complete into just work mode to try and pump out as many level terrains as possible. Now the game doesn't actually have any new levels ready yet because I still need to do all the resource placements as well as terrain painting, but the actual geometry is probably the most time-consuming part of it all. Like specifically this step. If I could not have to do this step, I would save so much time. But as I explained earlier today, like if I want, there's not really any way I can do that. And though there is all this artifacting happening, it's still faster than any alternatives I have to make the terrain with. So it's just unfortunately the suboptimal but at the same time best approach that I've been able to come up with. At least for the level of detail that I've been wanting for the game. It's definitely a tricky one to handle. And I don't particularly want to spend like a year's worth of headbutting and programming in an attempt to make a better solution and then potentially also fail. Thing is, of course, if such a tool was actually made, you could probably get away with selling it on the asset store as a terrain engine. And that has its own merits in that it's another way of monetizing on your game development. Downside being that if it's not like polished enough and finished, you'd suddenly also have to like manage that project, which would take a time away from actually making the game. Again, not something I'm too keen on when I'm the only one working on it. Like if there was a dedicated programmer working on this in tandem with me working on the actual project, now that's a completely different story. But even though I know a lot of programmer, what do you call it, skilled programmers, I don't think I can convince any of them to be part of that endeavor. Would be hella cool though. And it's not like I would only use that terrain engine for this game. Like if it, you know, one is allowed to dream, but if it became realistic, I mean, I would like to make more than one game. And part of what I've been trying to also do is account for that possibility. So anything that I make right now in terms of graphical assets and what else is also stuff that intentionally so is made to potentially be repurposed for other game ideas. Because I mean, what would you think of like another game set in the same game universe, utilizing the same visual style and all that, but it's a different type of game? So instead of like a sequel to what this game turns out to be one day, then it would be like kind of like a sequel, I guess, but not the same gameplay. Like, let's for fun say that the next game in that, like if it turned into a franchise, would be like a full like procedure, like not procedurally generated necessarily, but like a full-on dungeon crawl Legend of Zelda type of game. But like set in the same visual style as this, and also to a certain degree reusing assets where appropriate. It would kind of mean that a lot of the gameplay would be dictated by whatever assets are at hand, of course, because I mean, you can't really like justify using specific stuff if, like, for instance, you need a certain scale for things. Like, oh, if the size of the trees don't match the concept of the other game that you would want to make, then you would need to make new trees. Then you would need to make new houses, and then the question becomes, what about the terrain itself? And at that point, then you're not really reusing assets anymore. Textures is a bit of a different story, like they're easier to reuse. But at the same time, you know, a lot of 3D model textures are specific to that 3D model, so... Pine trees, P-I-N-E. Pine trees. Yeah, exactly. By the way, I did actually make like a full set of textures for that using realistic style. Yeah, I know. We just never made like a resource model pack that would utilize the other textures instead. Because wouldn't it, like, other than the export-import process, wouldn't it just be a matter of like basically recompiling the already existing textures, what do you call it, mod or whatever, but in a separate mod using different textures? Because it would just replace the models in the level with the ones using the realistic textures, right? Or is there like a better way of overriding textures with a different set in Source Engine? I don't think there is. But there's a limit to how many skins you can have, though, and that wouldn't really work for the level, because then you would need a separate level to account for those skins. Like, it would have to be a realistic version, like a subversion of the level 2. Yeah, I know. But we're already using a lot for some of them. like the ore has a lot of texture variants. Because we have how many types of rock combined with 3 or 4 colors of ore? I don't remember if we used them all though. Oh, is it only 8? It's probably because I made way more than we actually ended up using then. Right, it doesn't show. But yeah, I did actually I have actually made like realistic versions of those textures. Like for every, like a replacement for everything that we used for the project. I basically just went to CG textures and photoshopped them into like the same ones. Let's see here. Don't mind the weird glitchy looking trees in the scene. Oh yeah, here's another sneak peek. I also made new assets for plants, by the way. So there's a lot more variation now. Still think I need to adjust some of the shader stuff on these bushes, but yeah, there's new stuff. Also did it for the mushrooms, so there's like 3 different texture intensities, like color. Here. So for instance, here's what the realistic texture variant looks like. What do you think? Yeah, it doesn't always like look super nice, but for most of the models it's okay. Just get that back to what it used to be. And then I select you because I need one of the pine trees. Go back to that folder. I told you. But that's because we have stone and then the like the stone type and then the ore, and those are 2 separate things, I believe. Yeah, this is what the realistic pine trees would look like. Obviously a lot more stretched, but I did make him. Okay. There's also the oh shit. Number 8, that's one. There is also for the palm trees, if I remember correctly, right? That's this one. This is what the realistic palm trees would look like. Yeah. Well, it's because some people were like requesting, does this map exist with like realistic textures and stuff? And I spent like a day making the realistic textures, but we were both just so done with the project that nothing more ended up happening with it. Bomb. Because I mean, all the things are just in this project, so. Trying to think for a second here. Yeah, I don't remember. I just do recall that I didn't make textures for as far as I remember everything. I just don't know if I have all the ore ones in here, because this is a bit different. Also, an excellent excuse for me to take a little bit of a mental break. Let's see. I think it's this one. Yeah, this is the rock ore stuff. This is definitely the hand painted one, isn't it? I think so. Might not have done this one then. So what is the difference between rock ore 1 and rock ore 2? The different texture atlases, so that must mean for different models. Alright, I did make 2 models, didn't I? There was a small rock ore and then there's a large one, and these are the ore colors. So like a cayenne, iron gray one, a gold one, and a copper one. And then the highlights were just generated. Yeah, that seems to be right. Yeah. Okay, maybe I didn't do everything. Maybe I just did the plants And I think I did also find replacements for the terrain. The ore shouldn't be too difficult to do though. Oh, I did actually make realistic ones for the crystals. Ones that have a bit more texture to them, if you will. So those are actually baked. Because the regular ones, they're just like a basic gradient, if you will. So yeah, all these do have realistic versions of them. Huh? Oh. What's that? Just making sure I wasn't missing a message there. Oh, you mean specular mapping or what? Not in the source engine per se. For the source engine, you're like very much, unless, I don't know, I think like, unless you were to make your own modded stuff, you couldn't, like you would need to make a custom shader for it. I mean, that's what you have to do in Unity as well, so pretty normal. Yeah, you would need like the shader to be compatible with like color masking, for instance, then you could do something like that. Like RimWorld allows for color masking on textures, but even then that's also a bit of got a few bits of a catch onto it. Like for instance, it's color masking, but it's only intensity, not oh, I want this particular color to be on, well, you can tint your textures in RimWorld and then you can use color masking to tell it where that tinting needs to apply. That's how it works. So that means that those particular parts that are color masked out also need to have like a neutral brightness kind of like look to them for it to be appropriate. And it's only one color, which would be like, oh, say you wanted to make an axe, you could make the shaft brown to, like in a brown color to simulate wood, and even give it gold accents if you wanted to, and then just the blade of it, you then give like a neutral white, like light, very light gray color, and then you add a mask that's a separate texture that then is red wherever and green, and then depending on where it's, or red and black, I can't remember, but then the more red, I think it's red, and then the more red it is, the more color shines through in that spot. Well, that's because in the source engine, they like realistically, like from a performance standpoint, it's better to do it with like a multitude of textures than doing it in runtime. Because if you're doing it in runtime, it's just that. Your processor needs to actively compute all the colors. Whereas if you, say, make 8 different texture variants, it's similar to baking in your texture, which basically means that you're saving CPU processing power, central processing unit processing power, great, in favor of sacrificing memory. Because then you've already done the computation beforehand and you're just telling the CPU which of the ones it needs to do and not how to do it. I guess is the layman's terms explanation of it. A bit simplified, but I think it gets the message across. The reason why the Source Engine has color masking, though, is probably more because of the types of games that are made with it. Because you need a red team and a blue team. Can you use it for other colors? Yeah. Can you use it to, like, have specific models be a certain, like, color tint in certain locations too? Yeah. But for the Source Engine, I'm pretty sure that if it's only on player models, that would explain why, because, like, you know, TF2 basically. If you go back to old games like Warcraft 3, you also have color masking, which is used to, like, show team colors. And it works the exact same way. And that's why, like, you can use doodads, which are just their term for decorative props or whatever, as 3D models for, say, player-owned buildings, but you wouldn't be able to tell which team it belongs to because there's no color masking. And, like, from a game design standpoint, that's a bit of a problem. I mean, imagine an RTS where you couldn't see if a unit or structure belonged to a player or not. Fun little insight there is that's part of the reason of, like, or part of the concept of, I think it's called readability or whatever. Basically, you look at, like, quickly glance over your screen looking at your game, and preferably if it's like a strategy game, all your units need to be easy to read, or however you want to put it. So that's why in like, for instance, Warcraft 3 again, a lot of the unit designs have accentuated features and specific poses that they'll, like, accentuated poses that they'll stand in, because it's like, okay, this unit is in, like, immediately recognizable because of X, Y, and Z feature. Like, you don't find a lot of unit types in Warcraft 3 that are particularly similar within each faction. And yeah, in video games, that's part of why, like, the visual department tends to accentuate, like, the size of blades and weapons, because for a lot of cases that's one of the most defining features for units or characters, like, way of, like, purpose, if you will. Like, if he's carrying a large, obviously visible spear, then you have a tendency to immediately come to the conclusion, oh, this guy's going to do lunging attacks, basically. or, you know, piercing damage type or something along those lines. And then add the color masked features of the 3D model also to be some of the more accentuated features. Like the primary color, for instance, for an armor for a soldier or something like that, right? And all of a sudden you can kind of see why games such as Warcraft 3 were very colorful. Like, imagine for a moment you were to remove all the color masking for the game. What it would actually look like. You can technically simulate that, I guess. Like choosing a neutral color such as gray. But yeah, on top of all that, for the Source engine anyway, there's also like the whole process of actually exporting your texture assets to be usable by the game. Because it's not like Unity where you can just drag it into a folder and then it's like, oh yeah, it's like this and that. And then you just do tick boxes for whatever else you want it to set up as. For the Source engine, you have to make an export script in order to actually get all the properties across that you want. So you have to explicitly make a customized export script for every type, every texture that you make. And you can try and generalize it a little bit for any texture that needs the same script settings applied, but you still need to set up everything manually. And that's like everything, also references to like the collider and shit, right? For 3D models, if I remember correctly, Zach. It's been such a long time. I just remember it was a major pain in the ass. And it still is today. So now imagine you have to deal with that, but you've got like 15 or whatever texture variants just for one 3D model. Because you need to make sure that all the referenced names for every single texture you want reference for your 3D model to be spelled correctly. Otherwise, it's not gonna, like, it's gonna be looking for something that doesn't exist. That's how you get missing textures. Sorry, what? Do you remember how much of a pain in the ass the script thing was? Because you need to, like, basically custom make almost an export script for every single model you're wanting to make, right? With all the settings and everything. Yeah. Oh boy. And the funny thing is, most professional 3D artists don't even know how programming works. Like, know how to code shit. Like, I've met professional 3D artists working at a game company that couldn't even tell apart the difference between what cable to plug in, the correct cable for their monitor. Heck, they didn't even set up their work computer themselves because they just needed a workstation that worked, and it needed to have the right programs, and that was it. And they can make like amazing looking art, but then ask them to like move their computer and they get a little bit antsy. Granted, some self-learned artists, especially like if you're a Blender artist, most likely have dabbled into like scripts and stuff for doing very specific tasks and such. But for someone who went to like a professional art school or whatever and primarily learned how to do art, not use the programs, then it's more like, they know everything about color theory and have the skills to make something that looks really nice. But anything like technical as a tool aid, like it's much more basic in terms of that. Which also means that a lot of the artwork you get as a result is more like, I wouldn't say higher quality because it's, everything has merit, but it's a bit more traditional in terms of how it was made. Which also means that the expression in the artwork is less like, it's a bit more vibrant in a lot of ways. At least. I mean, not saying you can't do both, of course. It's hell of a lot easier, for instance, to simulate the cloth effect and drape that over your 3D model and then just fix up some of the artifacting that ends up happening than it is to hand sculpt it and trying to make it look organic. So like, some artists will utilize that process of physical simulation in order to achieve certain effects, if they were more technically inclined. I'm personally a little bit in between. I mean, like, I'm clearly not hand sculpting everything here. I'm just touching up and cleaning it. Whereas the actual like process of creating the organic terrain is procedurally generated. And then baked into the mesh data. Or applied, as you say in this case. So on one end, it's like very much just traditional vertex sculpting. Like, I'm not even using sculpting tools, right? And that's something you don't really see as much necessarily in modern games. I mean, a lot of big companies, they will use stuff like, well, I mean, you can even do it with Blender. You can do actual sculpting, which is a bit more like an analogy to sculpting with actual clay, for instance. And then even painting onto the model physical substances in the three-dimensional workspace. So for instance, say you wanted to make like a helmet or something and you wanted it to have battle-worn damage or something. or rust. You can use something like Substance Painter to paint the physical rust effect onto the helmet. And then bake that into a 2D texture map. The benefit of doing it that way is that physical brush work like that can account for all the creases and all the little, actual physical details you have on your model, as opposed to trying to imagine what it would look like if it was actually battle worn and then hand painting every single little detail about it in the right texture space too. But it's still wild to me to consider like Crash Bandicoot is like a franchise that is brought up fairly frequently about this, and that is doing vertex-based animation as well. So forget everything you know about having like a skeleton rig with bones and an armature and all that you move around, and then the limbs or the character geometry moves along with them. No. You have your character that is made out of polygons, and you're moving every single vertex bit by bit for every frame of animation you want to do. As far as I've understood it and read, that's how they did it for Crash Bandicoot, like the original. Because they didn't have the PlayStation 1 didn't have the processing power or whatever to render those animations they wanted to do, whilst also making use of an armature, as far as I understood it. And that's why it has that almost cartoony feel to it, the animations. Because they basically do what you kind of, I guess, see in traditional animation too, which is all that stretch and pull and all that, squeeze and so forth. But it's just in 3D space with vertices. So when Crash like rotates around himself to do like a spin attack, they had to move every single vertex of his legs, arms, and face around him step by step until he did like a full turnaround. Now imagine you have had to do that in a modern setting where a face, just a face in itself, can have like hundreds of thousands of polygons, or vertices at least. It would basically be impossible to keep proportions and everything else intact, and you'd just be working a year on just making like relatively basic animations. But that is one of the things with like sculpting, though, is that you also dive into some of the same territory. Because I want this game to be like basically mid-poly, I would say. Low to mid-poly. For performance reasons. So I have done a little bit of sculpting just to try it. And it's cool, and it allows you to do a lot of details. But it also requires you to do a lot of cleanup later. And even with cleanup, it's really difficult to get topology of a mesh to be nice.
Submit!
If you're trying to do like a... Oh, thanks for that follow there. Just got me distracted. I didn't have my feet up. What was I saying? you have to do all that cleanup, but still, even after that, like say you wanted to make a 3D model of something that has to adhere to a grid, you would need to somehow have that visual fidelity of a sculpt, but confined to like the dimensions of maybe a 1 by 1 by 1 cube area. And at some point you have to decide whether or not you need all that visual fidelity that you can get from sculpting. Because ideally you would make like a high poly sculpt that you would then duplicate, and then the duplicate you would take and turn into a low poly version of it. You can automate that process by applying model modifiers and doing some of the same stuff that I'm actually doing to this terrain here. And then cut down on the amount of polygons you have for your low poly version, and then you use the high poly version to bake in all the contours and what else kind of physical sculpting based detail you made into a two-dimensional texture. And then you apply that 2D texture to your low poly version so that you get all the sculpted detail but in a low poly version. The issue is though that sometimes when you do this decimate step and cut down on the polygons for your low poly, you might have to go in and do extra vertex based modeling anyways, especially if you have like very accentuated features. And in some cases, you might even have to make huge parts of your low poly item from scratch anyway. Like, I don't think it's that easily achievable to like say, oh, you want to make a sword, right? Well, if you start sculpting it, yeah, you can do that. But if you want to have a sword that's fairly low poly, like you can sculpt that or vertex sculpt that very easily. Oh, okay, sleep well, Zach. Thanks for popping by the way. But you can like do a low poly sculpt of a sword relatively easily, right? And then just paint a texture on top of that later. Yeah, later. But I guess there's so many approaches to everything. I mean, you could also just make a 2D texture of a sword in like a flat profile and then use that texture to extrude all the shapes that you painted. But that also has like some downsides, because what about the parts that are like within the model that aren't like visible on a flat surface? In those cases, you would probably need to do some stretching. And what if you have a sword with like very intricate three-dimensional detail? Then you might not be able to do that either. So, I don't know. But maybe you would have like a 2D concept artwork then that you would sculpt your base sword shape out of. And then once that is done, you would go back into Substance Painter or something else to add any extra detail that you wanted on like a physical level. But then you need to first make the concept art that doesn't even end up being in the final game, right? It's just that concept art. And if you're working alone on a project, you can maybe argue you don't have time for that. Just make like vertex sculpt the sword shape you want from the beginning and then UV on wrap it and texture it later on. It's tricky. But like say I wanted to make a 1 by 1 by 1 box that fits those dimensions exactly. I guess you could also do it the opposite way around with vertex sculpting the base shape and then adding in more detail by using like a higher resolution sculpting afterwards, so that you've got your base shape and then you're retrofitting like a higher poly sculpt into that through baking and all that. The issue you run into there, though, is potential like clipping issues if your sculpting doesn't confine to this, like surround your low poly image, which it would technically have to do to a certain point, or at least like match it up fairly well. But that's also why I went with a toon style for this game. I didn't want to have to deal with all those extra steps that you have in a AAA production in your pipeline. So I don't have to deal with like normal mapping when making textures. I don't have to deal with like baking additional mesh-based detail into a texture. It's basically just been a long process back in the day of trying to like cut down on the time needed in order to do various aspects of the game, I guess you could say. But that's not something you figure out, you know, one day to the other. Something I had to work on for several years whilst doing university stuff. And I had the benefit of doing like shader programming classes where I also made like the water shader for this game, like its initial version anyway. So I had the benefit of being like able to also ask and ponder upon the different approaches to set problems instead of just diving headfirst in and then settling on, you know, inoptimal approaches. It's basically like one of my favorite art YouTubers keeps saying is that you dabble before you dive, he says. Essentially, in order to get better results with your artwork, always figure out how your tools work before you start going in and like working on a full piece. And, you know, it's basically just the problem-based learning approach. You cut your problem into smaller segmented pieces that you can then digest a little bit easier and then address each problem gradually instead of trying to solve everything all at once. So, to put that into like a practical perspective, in my game, for instance, well, one of the very first things that I had to decide upon was, well, what scale should the game be built at? Like, are we talking realistic scale, or what are we talking here? And I found out that, okay, well, if I keep everything like to a standardized unit grid and scaled appropriately, it has a ton of added benefits. Like, for one, you know, once you start modeling stuff, like, say you have a tree, for instance, and it needs to take up a certain amount of space within like that 1x1 footprint. Then you can start comparing that to, well, if I build a house and it has to completely conform to the grid, how tall does that house need to be before the tree looks too small or too tall, and vice versa? And then you start thinking in that kind of like space visual space, you can slowly settle on like how tall your trees need to be for them not to look out of place. Because obviously there are some things that you can change, but some others you can't. Again, if houses need to adhere to the grid, then that's pretty set in stone. Then they're either like, you know, a doorway becomes a certain height if you need the minimum height of a building to be 1 unit tall. Like, you can't have doors that are taller than that, and if they become too small, they look out of place. So everything in the game is, you know, chibified to a certain point as a result. But that also just promotes the use of a more, like, unrealistic toon kind of style for its artwork. Because then you can get away with disproportionate 3D models and all that jazz. It doesn't feel like as out of place. That suspension of disbelief from a player's perspective becomes a bit easier. And if you want to dive into it, that helps with immersion and everything else. Is it a de facto set in stone science? Not really. Everything is still subjective. But the more tick boxes you try and cross off, the better, right? And usually if players don't complain about something, then it's not a problem. Can't really do that until you have a player base, though. And that's one of the other problems I've been, you know, faced with. Because, yeah, did have a demo out, but I mean, only a handful of people had played it. And on top of that, the people who had played it, not a lot of people were actually giving feedback. And even the feedback that I could get from like the demo version of the game was also limited because, well, it's just that, it's a demo. It didn't really like convey the full aspect of the game. And if a lot of the game's worth comes from content and exploring these handcrafted levels, well, that doesn't really work if you don't have a lot of handcrafted levels yet. Like, I can spend, you know, weeks or months implementing new game systems, but if there's no place to carry out those new mechanics, then they kind of, you know, don't add anything. And that's now becoming that problem again, where I had people be able to purchase the game, which basically meant that the game could find itself in the hands of other players in its full, you know, state. And it wouldn't become a weird situation of like, well, when's it a demo, when's it not a demo? This is early access now. But now I'm back in that phase where I have to separate the demo version from, like, content-wise from the full one. And only people who already bought the game are able to play the full version now. until I'm able to start selling it again. And that just makes it really difficult to like get feedback because, well, you can't get feedback from something people can't have access to other than showing it off. But I mean, that's also like not really optimal, is it now? The only other way you can realistically do it then is like having it like taking your game with you to like a game show or something and just handing it into the hands of, like giving it into hands of people to play it on site. But we don't exactly have a lot of options for that over here. We do have something called Game Scope here in Aalborg though, but like just really poor timing. Because COVID hit, which meant that they had to cancel it. And before COVID hit, they canceled it as well because they were restructuring everything. So they had to spend another year of like reorganizing themselves, which basically meant that I don't even know when's the last time the Gamescope was actually held. If it was even held this summer, because I've heard nothing of it. And I didn't even consider it this summer because, you know, again, timing wise, I was just starting to get into my development stuff again. But it would be one potential way of getting in front of, you know, investors or just players in general. But the real question is, like, for a small independent one-man army company, is it enough, you know? And especially now, again, if I can't sell the game anyway, then it would be just for the promotion. Or investors, I guess. I remember like hearing or seeing a talk or discussing it with some people, I can't remember, but one of the main takeaways was like, if you're going to a convention with your game, you need to set your expectations and your agenda for what you're trying to get out of it ahead of time, right? You need to make sure you have a very clear mindset on why you're going to a specific convention. Because if you're going in order to like promote your game or whatever, or get investors, then you need to obviously prepare for that. But surprisingly, people tend to make the mistake of not doing so. Which means in some cases, you do hear about indie devs going to like a games convention and then they end up, you know, not properly promoting their game because they get drunk or wasted or like whatever might be the case. Or they end up going and then they have a horrible time there because they didn't adjust their expectations and such. Yeah. So the general gist was, well, if you're going with the intention and expectation to promote your game, you should probably adjust your expectations that it's not gonna be super fun. And also, like, there's a good chance people might not, like, you might not get anything out of it. Because especially if you're, you know, intending to show off your game, you don't want to be in a situation where you don't also, like, enjoy being there because it's not what you expected it to be, because, you know, people don't want to talk with someone like that. To a certain degree, I guess. But also, if you're going with the intention of, like, getting an investor, then obviously you need to also pursue that actively, otherwise it's not going to happen. Yeah. That sounds pretty reasonable. Yeah, good day. My name is Torsten, and I would like to talk to you today about this game that I've been working on for the last many years. I very much would hope that this game catches your attention and you would like to at least give it a go. Yeah. Well, it's also like, imagine you go to a convention and the only thing you can think about is, like, the game just needs to function, but then you don't actually, you know, mentally prepare or in some other way prepare what you'd actually tell people about. Like, do you need to have business cards so that they can, like, easily, or just some kind of you know, physical paper asset that you can hand out so that they can easily find your game afterwards, because no one's going to remember that that Steam page that you showed on, like, a banner or whatever, right? But if you actually give them something to take home with, there's at least a chance that they'll be going through some people will be rummaging through some of the stuff they picked up when they get home and remember it that way because you wrote it down for them, basically. That could be one thing. Or, like, at least prepare for some of the questions, like, that might be posed, and have the right people be, like, if you're in a team, be, like, make sure that the people who can actually talk about this stuff is available. Because if you've got a very technical game, and the person there can't even talk about it, then yeah, maybe not the right person. And it's funny, like, I remember at the Gamescope that I went to, like, one of the first Gamescopes or whatever, some friends of mine had just like, they were well on their way to publish a game called Light Matter, and they were showcasing it at Gamescope. And I mean, they had the full team there, both the business developer, but also, like, their level designer and stuff. And, like, me coming in as another developer, I was just curious about how some of the technical aspects of the game were, like, you know, as a consumer, oh, this is cool, how does this work? And like, the actual game story, like, what was the intent behind it? Because they were trying to do, like, this whole Portal-like experience, or I don't know if that's what they actually aimed for, but that's what most people compared it to. And as a result, you know, you kind of expect there to be a narrator or some person like in the background, like the personality calls that you find in Portal, or GLaDOS that talks smack to you, if we're talking the first game. That kind of experience. And obviously puzzles as well. And especially for someone like me who is very much an introvert, even though I don't always show it. Like, it was very boundary breaking going to this even local convention that day. Because I was also like, I was doing it because I was looking for a job and see if I could maybe use the convention in order.
We got your favorite thing. Disappointment.
Right. Thanks.
Nerd. You're a fucking nerd.
Thanks, Toto.
A fucking nerd. And no one likes you. No one likes you.
Has to be Toto. Anyway, I was going there because I was looking for employment. Or at least trying to see if there was, like, that could be a way into the game development scene, because I wasn't making any progress on my own, just applying for jobs and doing my own game. Unfortunately, though, you know, the irony is that a lot of people that actually had booths there were in the same situation as me, trying to just make it on their own. So a lot of the booths were just like small one-man solo based projects that either were seeking investors themselves or already had some and were just showcasing progress, basically. Maybe even trying to get more investors, who knows. And I do remember, like, some of the projects there had been going on. No, I did not, because it's sus. A lot of the people there that had booths had apparently been working on some of these projects in part-time as, like, for years. Yeah, I know, Toto, but I don't want to risk looking up a DM of something dubious. Because I can't do that right now, because if I go to my other monitor, it switches automatically. Like, I can go and look at it if you really, really want to. Which apparently I managed to close down Discord in such a way that I can't just easily start it up again. I don't know if you guys have ever tried that. But like basically closing down Discord and it's still running in... Great. It's still running in the background, but like clicking the icon for the app doesn't open the actual application. It just like tries to open it and then it fails. All right. Let's see, what do you have here? Okay, it's a RimWorld thing. Oh. Oh. That is pretty funny. So let me get this straight. It's because children are considered items and you can load them up into what they call like the supply drop things, right? But this is like a modded Vanilla Factions expanded variant of that just shoots it across the sky in a metal container, I guess. Hence the flying babies, I guess. Awesome. That's funny. Yeah, I usually only have that issue, MyGov, if I didn't pay attention. On my DM sus. Did I miss something? Oh, I see. Right. I think I saw what you meant. Also, Restream fucking still doing that. Awesome. Congratulations on your messages. Yeah, that's exactly what we want. The sad part is that it wasn't even something caused by you. This is something I did myself. Just because I was trying to get your attention the other day. It was actually because I was about to eat and I was trying to just get your attention because I wanted to ask if you wanted to watch the other Conan movie. But by the time you responded, I was already basically done with my food, so eh. Something I have been contemplating for Twitch streaming, by the way, is whether or not it actually is a preferable idea to just be doing just chatting streaming instead of yeah, that's true. That's true. But like whether or not it actually makes sense to do just chatting instead of software development. Because I mean, yeah, I do software development on this, but at the same time, like a lot of times when I do it this way, I end up spending proportionally a lot of time talking with chat. And it doesn't really seem like people browse the software in game development or whatever as much as, you know, just chatting. So for discoverability, it might be better to do just chatting instead, like the category. I think I actually was doing that for a while too. And that's like that weird thing about Twitch, because it's like on one end you want to, you know, behave or whatever so Twitch doesn't give you the hammer. But at the other time you also kind of need to play the game that Twitch itself lays out for you, including other Twitch streamers, I guess. So an argument could be made that if people get annoyed by it or think it's weird, then it's like, hey, hate the game, not the player. Could be fun to see what kind of effect it would have, though. Because it's also like, well, Twitch has a dedicated category for art, which is a bit more specific, but again, with game development, sometimes you do art, so when should you like switch categories if you want it to be absolutely... You know what they actually need? They need a just working channel category, just like just chatting. Or they just need to make it clear that just chatting is the most super general like category you can stream in, I suppose. Which it technically already is, isn't it? But maybe it's just part of that human condition. We're putting everything, or trying to put everything, into boxes. I mean, we know that there's the only reason why hot tub or even a category is just because of the Twitch game. I was also thinking like a while back if I should be doing streaming more consistently again, if it even makes sense to go into the Twitch scene, or try to go into the Twitch scene again. Because it does sound a little bit like the YouTube sphere is much better for streamers than Twitch, like new smaller streamers than Twitch is. The caveat being that then you need to like focus on that social sphere and how to set everything up there, because pretty sure that the reason why no one's watching over on through YouTube is probably due to how YouTube as a whole functions in terms of their streaming platform. Because there it's more like you set up events for your streams ahead of time, and then, oh, you know, this stream in the future, like you can at least. And then that event stream or whatever is going to cover this particular thing. But I never really looked too much into it because of how Restream functions. But I guess for YouTube you also have all the supplementary content. Yeah, it's because YouTube tends to be more like well suited for pre-planned content, right? And I mean, if you have the ability to have a consistent work schedule working on a particular thing, then you could make a consistent event schedule too. But you would still have to set it up as events, I'm pretty sure. And even then, get discoverability through regular content rather than anything else. I guess with YouTube's short form content, you might be able to use that as like a, hey, come check out the full stream thing. But that is just, I guess. I did watch Captain Sparkle's video yesterday. He talked about the upcoming monetization of short form content for YouTube. It's going to be interesting to see what kind of effect that has on the content sphere for YouTube itself. Like whether it means we're going to see more or less short form content. But I know, I mean, beyond like maybe tutorial, like straight up tutorials on how to do certain things in Unity or Blender or Krita, say, there's not really that many other ideas I can come up with for like a dedicated video. And it's like, or dedicated general content. And the issue with that is, well, I can't necessarily like record that and stream at the same time without changing how my stream setup is made. Because like, for instance, I probably like if I were to do something like regular YouTube content, I don't really want a face cam there. Like to be present for it. And I don't have any way of like removing that in post, so in order to accommodate something like that, where I like say I do a regular stream and I get into a topic that where I talk about or like halfway tutorialize how to do certain things or show off a certain feature or effect or whatever. I wanted to turn that into like a shorter form content of like maybe a few seconds, or maybe even like a stream highlight or similar like edited video. Well, if there's a facial cam and chat overlay and all that, it becomes a little bit funky, right? The one way to deal with that would be to have like everything that I do be like a separate, you know, sub screen and have an overlay surrounding it, everything else for the face cam and chat overlay. But that would come at the cost of the actual stream quality, in that the stream feed itself would be lower resolution. It would also mean that for any edited video, that set resolution would also be slightly smaller. Though I don't think it actually matters when I'm streaming on a 2K monitor in terms of what I would maybe do with it. But that would mean that the actual stream quality would suffer as a consequence. Doesn't matter though, that's the big question. Would it matter that and this is actually a genuine question, would it actually matter if say like on the side instead there was like an area dedicated for the chat and the cam overlay? Because then I could have the cam feed to show off my facial expression and mannerisms and everything else, and be a bit more personal during the stream. But then for an edited video, I could just crop the image, you know, and crop all that out of the image and just be left with only what's happening on screen and then the voice or audio track. I would still have the overlays like for the alert box stuff maybe on the main monitor, because like in the actual space on the stream overlay, because otherwise that would be really weird. Suddenly like a weird sound effect is going off in the background, and when trying to edit, you know, and it would be non-diegetic sound or whatever. I don't know. Because at least from what I seem to gather, it's not like, you know, a lot of the stuff, or it's like some of the stuff that I have been sharing over the time I've been streaming in the past seems to interest people, so it's a bit inaccessible when it's hidden in like a 6-hour long stream. But I'm just not sure how to edit it out though, without it looking weird. Like the ultimate hardcore solution would be to separate the audio tracks and the video feed of the actual monitor into like a separate capture card or whatever, and then have a separate computer act as the stream, the one that handles the actual stream. And then that computer would not only handle the stream, but simultaneously also take the video feed and record it as a separate video file. So in that case, you would have OBS that would add all the overlays and everything and extra sound into the mixing for the VOD and the live feed, but then the recording would only have my audio of me speaking of, you know, Unity, for instance, for the game sound maybe, and then the video feed that comes through of whatever's on the monitor. And then, you know, you could edit it down and only have the things that you'd want in a YouTube video. But that's a lot of setup just to achieve it, and I don't even know how feasible it is. Because then you would need to use a capture card as well. Since I would be, you know, preferably able to both see what I'm doing on my actual monitor, but then also have it recorded down to a completely separate computer at the same time. So although I do have a laptop and a capture card, I don't know if it's actually like possible with the type of capture card I do have. It would also mean that due to how the capture card works, that my 2K monitor would be downscaled to 1080p, and I'm not happy with that idea. Because that makes everything look blurry, and it's just unpleasant to the eyes. It's also just something I've been thinking about anyway. Like, one of the alternative ideas I did have for trying to secure some funding is that the fund that I was applying to have different tools that you can apply for. And one of them is actually more specifically to promote knowledge sharing of game development, if you will, in a lack of a better word for it, I guess. Which basically is like, okay, so you're a game developer and you want to apply for a bit of funding. Well, you can apply for funding to, say, go and have a, like, in order to set up a talk at a local university, say, and collaborate with them in order to share what kind of game developer experience you've gained or anything applicable to, you know, upcoming game developers. The one problem with that approach, though, even as simple as it may sound, is like one of the issues you have to get around is you have to have a specific audience in mind, like a very narrowed down target group. And it has to be in favor of Danish culture and cannot be generalized. Because my original thought was, well, what if you did streaming and use that as a medium to teach game development, say. Teach and also just generally create more interest for game development within, like, in general. Well, that's all well and good, but that's the problem. At the same time, that's where the problem is. It's in general, not specifically to a Danish audience. And that immediately basically, like, almost just completely annihilates that concept, because you don't have a specific target group, like Danish target group. And the stream would be happening in English because of internationalism, or whatever you want to call it, to make it more accessible. So it didn't really seem feasible after I've looked into it. It would have been hella cool though, because, you know, developing a game whilst also being able to earn some money on the side as a part of that by streaming and sharing, like knowledge sharing. I mean, that's only a net positive in my book. Because yeah, game development happens a little bit slower when you're also having to explain and talk throughout a stream. But, you know, that's warranted if you're being compensated for it. And that's kind of what I had like a bit of an issue with is these last couple of months where I haven't been streaming is like all those things I wanted to do with the game, but also acknowledging that if I am streaming, it'll take a bit extra focus away from the actual game development side of things. So everything's gonna take a little bit longer, just a little bit longer to do. And if the streaming part of it doesn't actually help the game in any way, shape, or form, and it's just for fun, then all of a sudden the priorities doesn't really favor it, right? Because if that thing that was supposed to be fun ends up becoming stressful because you feel like you're running out of time or not using it wisely, then it doesn't do what you wanted it to. And then you probably shouldn't be streaming. There's also other certain things I can't do when I'm streaming. Like I can't listen to the type of music I usually listen to. So I can't go and take a break whenever I need to. You need proper lighting as well, which is a bit hard on the eyes. So, you know, pros and cons. Jesus Christ, this level has way too much geometry. Kind of expected that when I was working on the layout though. That I would probably have to spend a little bit longer on this one. But I do like the general level layout concept here. It should be worth it. And the really cool thing is that even though I'm technically like trying to make more forest type biome levels, if you will, for all intents and purposes, these levels could be any biome, really. Replace the textures with like obsidian looking like stuff and the water with lava, and you have a volcanic biome instead. Same level layout, it's just a different visual look to it. add the biome specific resources that fit with that place, and you're all good. Not always applicable though. Like the logic isn't, but for the most part you can kind of deal with it that way. I guess the other concern I have is also like, well, if I'm only doing game development streaming, it did seem like, you know, people get burned out on that if it's only that. So at that point, you'd also have to argue for whether or not to mix it up with regular gameplay once in a while, right? But the thing is, like, usually when I'm done working on something for the day, I tend to just want to relax instead of jumping straight into a game. So then it becomes, well, what about a schedule then? You could do that and then just say, oh, work X amount of hours worth of the stream on something and then spend like the rest of your allotted time on playing a game. But then that becomes playing a game not for fun, but almost out of obligation, right? And that goes back to feeding into causing extra stress, because then like, oh, the gameplay part of the stream would be cutting into time I could be spending on working on the game, right? And it would be full, also like basically a planned out break time, I suppose you could say, but still not really feel like taking a break. And I don't think that would do for a super entertaining stream in the long run anyway. And again, I could also dedicate like a specific day of the week to just do gameplay streaming, but then that means that's an entire day where I would either not get to like recharge my batteries for the next week, or it would cut into, again, development time. So that only realistically leaves one choice, right? Only doing game development streams. Or when doing the game development streams, don't do them as often, like not on a weekly schedule maybe even, so that they're a little bit more like a special thing. But then you could argue why do it in the first place, because then that doesn't build an audience. Necessarily, that is. I did get the chance to talk with another streamer whom I actually met in real life, which was pretty cool. And she went on the same program as I did with the business stuff, but she wanted to go full-time on streaming. Except when you say go full-time on streaming, it's more like as a streamer. And she told me that actually the vast minority of her time throughout a week is spent doing actual streaming. She does short form content like TikToks and stuff like that. And also spends way more of her time actually planning and collaborating with people, as far as I understood it, than actual streaming. To the point where like she was basically streaming, I think, 6 hours total in a week, maybe. During the weekends, like 3 hours in one day. 3 hours the next, or something like that. It wasn't very frequently, but she's still able to like create an audience, which is bravo to her, I guess. Actually knows what, clearly knows what she's doing. And it was also the stuff outside of the actual streaming that was making her money, not the streaming itself. So that's also a thing, right? Like, I could technically turn the whole thing around and say, oh, okay, I do like a stream once or twice a week during the weekends for only a few hours. And instead of doing active game development, I'm just showing off what was done in the past week, or some cool thing I wanted to like tutorialize or teach, basically. So it's less like, oh, okay, you know, generic game development, but you don't really know what to expect kind of situation, I guess you could say. Because that is what this is, right? For like an entire week, as a game developer, you will be working on just this, pushing pixels around. But then in that week, a time may come where you need to spend like maybe 2-3 hours on this particular one aspect of the game that might actually be interesting to people, but you know, it's just the vast minority of it. So again, like, would you be more interested in shorter quality specific streams than larger ones, or longer ones that is more about like the ability to be part in the development process itself whilst it's happening, I guess you could say, and just see it unfold live, I guess? Because those are two vastly different types of audiences, right? So I don't know, what about you, Mygoff? What is it that you're interested in? What interests you in this case, in terms of my streams? I think for Toto, it's probably just my rambling.
16 times the detail.
What? Okay. Thanks, Todd Howard. This is not Fallout 76, though. As far as I know, at least, I don't give players access to a developer room. Heck, I don't even have a developer room now to think about it. Like, the closest thing I have is like, actually, there is one thing I have. There's like a hierarchy that I can enable that has a bunch of extra chests in them. That I can use for whenever I'm testing stuff that requires a lot of resources. But that's about the only thing. Unfortunately, like in terms of gameplay, I also did misplace my Guitar Hero controller at the friend's place, so I can't even play Clone Hero. There's actually some new charts I want to try out soon, or would like to try out now, like, but I can't. Mostly the ramblings too. Oh, okay. Gameplay development, streaming never really been your focus. Dabble a bit on web pages, but not that good at it. Well, I mean, when it comes to software development of any kind, I personally am in that ballpark of there being a lot of similarities and analogies. In most cases, you don't teach yourself to be good in a particular language necessarily as much as you learn how to become a good programmer. And at the end of the day, all of that is, you know, logic based. So you could argue then that it becomes being good at deducing logic. And ironically, the stuff that you're talking about, like web pages based stuff, is the kind of thing that's actually preventing me from getting an ordinary job within the programming sphere. Like, I talked with a recruiter for a net company not too long ago because she stumbled upon my LinkedIn page and wanted to have a chat. And one of the things that she told me that, oh, if I want to actually be able to get, like, if I want to get into net company and work there as a IT consultant or consultant, programming consultant, I guess actually it is, then I would need to get a grasp on databases for one, and more web-based stuff, essentially. But mostly the database handling part of it. Because it's like they utilize a lot of pre-built stuff as interfaces for whenever they're at least that's what was explained, but they use all these pre-built stuff and frameworks when actually doing work for customers. Yeah, I mean, even Steam is a web page. Like, when not just Steam itself, but also smaller aspects like the friends list. Discord runs off of Chrome, if I remember correctly, too. So, yeah. Ironically, as far as I've been told, that's part of the reason why, if you're on Linux, you're kind of screwed if you want to use Discord and you want to stream. Because your audio's just won't go through. And for Steam, that's also why the performance on your friends list, like, is what it is. How was it again? Oh yeah, it's like when you're scaling the window, you can see how like it's black for a while before it updates. That's because it's a web page. At least that's what was how it was explained to me. Think I've been over most of this side at this point. That was a lot of geometry to inspect though. But I don't even think I've touched the other side yet. The main issues that I really need to like address is stuff like you can see those black spots there and one there. There's also one there. That's like the easiest way to tell that, oh, something is like potentially a little bit cramped or whatever. Like here, for instance, where it's like overlapping with itself, the terrain is. But the sort of pitfall I land in very often is like when then inspecting terrain like this up close, you see like, oh, there's a lot of sharp edges in cases where the angles are maybe a bit extreme. Like for instance here, it creates some really sharp edges. And I just can't help myself to slightly adjust the intensity of some of those sloped angles. Because generally speaking, the less extreme the polygons are, the better it ends up looking as a rule of thumb. So you don't really want these long, thin triangle segments. If you can avoid them, that is. And this actually goes back to some of the stuff that I talked about earlier. Like, technically speaking, I could just focus on the parts of the geometry that actually has any influence on the layout for, like, the terrain plate and where the resources go and all that. But going back to that problem is that eventually you would need to go back to each level then and do that polish regardless. Except you have no idea which levels have been taken care of or not, so if you wanted to avoid anything to slip through the cracks, you would have to go through every single levels that you ever made. And that's a daunting process. And if you want to think of it in terms of the actual game development process itself, I would maybe argue that if your game is starting to gain traction, maybe, you know, ideally you wouldn't have to spend the next month or so just pushing around vertices because you didn't do it earlier. Or rather spend that time, you know, implementing more stuff so that you keep that ball of consumer interests rolling, I guess you could say. Like, how often would you see like let's say a development blog update or whatever with patch notes saying adjusted a few like adjusted vertices for all the levels to make them look more polished? Not really the kind of stuff that cues and incite excitement, right? As opposed to say like added 3 new levels to the game or new game mechanics being in effect, or, you know, something that actually garners gameplay value. Sure, one of the aspects of the game is that it has to look nice too. It has to be a pleasant visual experience, but if there's no game, then it's just a pretty picture, right? Funny enough, that's also one of the things that I've noticed here and there, and is actually a common thing when artists ask for feedback in like indie development groups. Occasionally you do get like this upcoming artist that wants some feedback, and they made like this really cool looking high poly version of like a certain like asset or whatever. Like it may be like a piece of furniture or just something that could be used in like as a game asset, but they're only showing off like the high poly sculpt of it, not a game ready asset as you call it, because you would never use something that high poly in a game, because then you would only be able to have that one asset in there and the game would already start to struggle. Like, even though people say you can always optimize the game later and you should focus on the visual aesthetics before optimization, I would still argue that you need to at least plan ahead enough so that those steps are possible. Yeah. Like, oh, here's like this really cool looking chair, but you can't really use it in its current state. Especially if they didn't like, if it's high poly, there's no way that they would be able to UV unwrap such a beast and it's still looking okay. Granted, with some modeling pipelines, you don't need even to UV unwrap stuff almost. Like, you need to UV unwrap it, but you don't need to lay out the UV space appropriately. It just needs to be unwrapped, and then you paint in your 3D program. Well, that too. This was more like just a general, like, people asking for constructive feedback in like an indie game developers group, and then not even having game ready assets, like grasping the concept of user like performance. Or like, say, I actually had a personal experience of this, and you know, it was a bit mind-boggling at the time, but I understand why. So I went through this program called DaddyU on the second last of my semesters at university, which is a simulation of video game companies. You basically start in on this program, and into a specific team, and each member of the team has a specific role that is relevant to whatever education they're coming from. So you'll have like game directors from the film school, art directors and artists from art schools, programmers from software engineering or mediology or anything else related, that kind of deal. And I was in there as a level designer, being that my education was not really focused on one particular aspect of multimedia production, but rather every single aspect of it. And there was a point where one of our artists had made, I think it was a piece of furniture for an apartment that we were working on for the game, and I remember getting like the asset in game, and the first, like, I immediately knew something was wrong, Because you tried rotating the thing and it would rotate around an invisible point that was like pretty far away from the 3D model. And you also had to scale it up because it was really small. Well, turned out that the 3D artist had never ever considered that he actually needed to account for rotation, like 3D model orients for rotation and everything. And because he'd never worked in Unity, he also did not know that you had to zero out any scaling effects that happen on a macro level, I guess you could say. Give you a sense of idea what that is. I can go in here. Right now I'm in edit mode, editing the individual vertices of the model. I can select everything and scale it, you know, up and down. Or I can go into object mode and scale it here. But that's different. In edit mode, you're adjusting the mesh data directly of the model, and you know, you can also translate and warp everything. So that's on like a embedded like sort of space. But if you do it on the object space, then you can zero out that scale and everything like to 111, like these again, and you're back to where everything started, right? Yeah. And he didn't even know that you had to apply the rotation and scale of the 3D model before exporting it to make sure that it is the same scale in the 3D modeling program. And that's like really dangerous if, say, I had scaled something on the z-axis in order to be slightly taller, and then gone into edit mode and, you know, edited further along, because then all of a sudden those two scaling methods are separated. So in Blender it'll look okay, but in Unity it'll be like normalized on the object scale, and the mesh would just look all weird. Because anything that would be applied on in edit mode would, you know, obviously have been carried over, but it would not have been scaled on the Z axis by that additional amount it needed to, on like a global level, I guess you could say. So that was fun. Another thing that was also not immediately like grasped was the concept of model hierarchies and naming conventions. Because if you're exclusively working in a 3D environment inside a modeling program, a lot of the time you mainly reference things visually through direct interactions, right? You don't necessarily go over in your list and say, I need this particular piece or something. Like, you can still do it, put it into collections and whatnot. But, you know, in some cases you might have a model that's all completely well and done, like with all the details, UV unwrapping, textures, you name it. But it's called plane_052 for some, like, because you started out with a plane and then you duplicated and changed and made copies and whatnot along the process. And it's just like crazy to me how you can be like an educated artist, basically, like a full-fledged educated artist, intending to work on like larger projects, either because I'm pretty sure a lot of this also applies to movie-based stuff. Like the whole origin and scaling and everything still applies, because yeah, obviously you're still moving things in 3D space in the third, like a secondary program. than you're modeling in.
That's life. That's life. That's what all the people say.
I just found it kind of funny at the moment, and I like, oh, okay, so I have to teach our artists how to operate Unity. Cool. All right. I'm fine with that. It also got me a little bit of respect to the point that they actually also allowed me to do the actual level geometry for the game. Complete with UV unwrapping and everything. So even though I was there intending to exclusively act as a level designer because of time constraints, I ended up also doing a bit of modeling work. And that was fine with me. I mean, it's also what I had the most experience with anyway. But damn. There was like a lot of things in that project that I had to do hacky shit for. Like, the game was basically you flying around this apartment from the perspective of like a moth. Oh, that's cool. That is kind of cool. Oh god. Yeah, that's true. That's another thing that artists probably won't consider. The fact that it actually matters that your texture space is 512 by 512 instead of 510 by 510. Like, yeah, exactly. I mean, in that case, you could even do like a 32 by 64. Like, you can do that, but it has to be the power of 2. It's also a tricky one to explain why, though. Because it goes into like how texture filtering and rendering works. As far as I know, at least, that is one of the primary reasons for why you need to keep it into the power of 2. And occasionally I stumble into that actually in the modding scene for RimWorld. There's a lot of artwork there in that sphere that looks decent quality, but then like for some reason the artist cropped the images into like really weird aspect ratios for some of their stuff. And it's just like, RimWorld runs on Unity, and Unity does not like it when textures are not provided into the power as ratio of to the power of 2. Like, you can do tall, but it still has to be in the correct like increments. Going back to the story though, so we were making this game where you were flying around as a moth inside this apartment, and it was like a walking simulator kind of experience for Android, because our game director didn't really want to make a game. She wanted to make a movie, which then this was basically like a compromise that we arrived at. Like, we all agreed on it, so it's like I wasn't like, me and the game designer were not really happy with it because we didn't really get to like do what we were supposed to be there for. Hence why I ended up doing all this other shit. So for instance, one of the things I ended up doing was making shaders, believe it or not. Something that a technical artist would probably work on and would lean way more up at a programmer role, which you also had. And I know from like talking with one of my friends, he was doing the same program a year after us, and he was actually their technical artist as well, but he was in there as a programmer. Other things I had to do was make custom colliders for the entire apartment in an attempt to make it so that you wouldn't get stuck into places. Because due to how you navigated the whole place, we couldn't just put individual colliders on everything. Because there was way too much clutter in the apartment to allow for it. So we had one of two options: either make ultra simplified colliders for everything, or make a specific collider for the entirety of the level as a whole. Neither option was really good. The main reason, I think, was just because of some potentially bad decisions that were made in terms of how movement functioned. Essentially, you would tap on the screen and the moth would fly to that position with an offset of a set amount. And it would use the surface normal of the geometry that you would click on as the direction to where that offset point would be. So if you imagine you have a sloped surface, you're standing here and you press on it, then the normal becomes like this and your distance might be that, so your moth moves to this position all of a sudden. Imagine you do it with this scene that we have right here. You press on this surface here and it would move in front of that. But what if you clicked on, like, say, one of the more extreme angles? Well, if a surface normal like this exists, say, just for the matter of example, and you clicked on this try here, all of a sudden the offset it like lands within the geometry of the terrain. So if you have really weird shapes in your game, which an apartment tends to have, like say you have a table, you know, the collider of the table doesn't necessarily merge into the wall. So there's a possibility that there's a gap between the collider of the table and the wall, which means that you could, in theory, if you angle the camera correctly, manage to click on the backside of that collider and essentially land inside the wall. Or do it on the wall and land inside the table. And in some cases get into a state when you're playing the game that would literally be game breaking, right? So it's the simplest approach to dealing with movement when you only have like touch interfaces, because it had to be for Android, right? Normally you would just give the character like a collider maybe and say, oh, whenever you bump into stuff, then you can't continue moving the direction. And you would make some kind of controller-based scheme so that you can move them off around. Just free roam. But no, that's not how it ended up being. So that meant that I spent probably the good bit of like an entire week just vertex building, like vertex by vertex, building that collider for the entire apartment. And that was a really, really hacky way of doing it. It didn't mean, though, that for concave areas I could make the angles less extreme so that you essentially couldn't manage to push yourself into what corner you couldn't get out of. But that's not really what I should have been doing as a level designer. Not in that way, anyway. Like, I was thinking of alternative ways to, like, deal with that whole collision problem. But it would have been something that would have required too much time. We had, I think it was 6 weeks to do the whole thing. And we had, I think it was 3 programmers. No, more. 5, I think. 4 or 5 or something. 2 artists. And 1 level designer, 1 game director, 1 project manager, 1 game designer, and 2 people in Q&A. Mind you, this was full time though. Like, it was during university time, but we weren't doing regular classes at the same time as this. It was an alternative to doing just a regular internship in a company. And a lot of the people from my study line decided to do this program. I mean, it is for most people, a once in a lifetime opportunity, maybe even to just feel that experience of being in a game development company. But we did end up in a little bit of a drama sort of like situation, unfortunately, that we tried to deal with as best as possible, but it's like the damage was kind of done at that point. So towards the end of the project, we started getting into time constraints. And one of the issues was that, okay, so for context, there's basically this part of the development team that's considered the lead team in this case, consisting of the leading roles, if you will. So you mean art director, game director, project manager, who acts as like the organizer of everything there, game designer, like all those lead roles, lead programmer, so forth. Oddly enough, not the game level designer, but some people decided to opt to have the level designer available for those meetings, and I was asked if I would be interested in being part of the lead team as well as a result, because they felt like they sometimes needed my input, or at least could make use of it. And the problem was that it felt a little bit that when we settled with the concept for making the game, it did become a bit of a weird situation where you had the clash between what people wanted to make on a personal level and what we probably should be making at an educational level, I guess you could say. Like, there were no exams or anything like that, but everyone joined the program, like participated in this program with the intent of fulfilling, you know, that role that they signed up for. So you can imagine then if a game director says that, like, wants you to make like a heavily narrative focused game that doesn't really have gameplay elements, like at all actually, that it doesn't really leave the game designer with much to do. Because there are no game mechanics that need to be designed. The only thing that you get to do as a game designer then is to design how feedback works, how player interactions and UI navigation and all that stuff works. You don't really get to design, like, you know, like say you had a game with enemies in it. You don't get to do unit designs or come up with concepts for what they should do and how they should behave and all that. So it was a bit of a weird situation where everyone, like the lead team, decided to go with the idea of making that narrative game. And in not just my opinion, that was a little bit like a slap to the face for the game designer, right? And also the level designer. I mean, you can make a narrative-based game that has level design in it, but other than being the space in which you traverse to get from A to B, there's not really much design of like resource placements for, like, you know, if you wanted to make a shooter, you needed to make a design for where all the enemies are going to be coming out of, where they, like, which types of enemies are going to be where, what the composition is, how big the fight areas are going to be, where the ammunition resources are going to be, all that. So yeah, you didn't really get to do what you signed up for, and it essentially resulted in when deadlines got close, one of the things, or not, just to not be too specific, but our game designer basically wanted a specific feedback, like visual feedback, to be present in the game. And he had been pushing to get that into the game a week well in advance before the deadline. But it kept getting postponed upon getting postponed, to the point where we were like sitting on the last 24 hours all-nighter, and that feedback was still not implemented. Because some of the aspects, and you know, it's a difficult situation, but if I remember correctly, it was because features requested by the game director was being prioritized instead, because they made more sense since the narrative parts of the game had a higher weight than some of the other aspects. Which basically meant that the last week worth of development, our game designer was just sitting around halfway bored to death, because whatever like design he came up with ended up not being implemented. So I think he didn't really feel like he was part of the thing that we had all made together, you know? And most likely also didn't get out of this whole program what he wanted to. So when we made like a status report after like the project was done and everything, we had a chance to talk and process the whole experience of working as a team together. And understandably so, he had like a few harsh things to say about how everything had gone. Like, one is that we decided with a game concept that was heavily dependent on artists when we only had 2 artists available. Because every single asset for the apartment, like every chair, bottle, shelf, table, box, whatever, had to be visually unique, you know, because there was a focus on the atmosphere. Like one of the design constraints was that the apartment had to feel lived in. Say, as opposed to like a Crash Bandicoot game where you make one box and reskin it 3 times in order to make a game resource that you then copy and paste across various levels, right? The time used for making all those game boxes, you can only make one of the other assets that I just talked about to a certain degree. If you wanted to dissect it into how much time you need to spend. So he argued that we had been putting too much workload onto our artists, and that wasn't fair to them. And understandably so. I mean, the lead artist, he spent a lot of his time in our work area, just, you know, overtime, basically, that was necessary in order to make all the assets available on time. Because you couldn't really like do much level design without the finalized assets anyway, since most of what I wanted to do wasn't really the focus. It was the artist's interpretation of what the actual apartment should look like, and I was just like following suit, you know? Oh, the apartment needed to have these particular types of rooms, and then my input was the layout of where the rooms were and according to what we wanted to do with the story and the dimensions of set rooms to make the space feel more natural. Those were like some of the aspects I got to do. And then generally speaking, like, okay, this is where the kitchen counter area is, this is where we would put a fridge, that kind of stuff. But in terms of actual like implementation, the artist kind of just, okay, I made a fridge and it is this size, you know, as far as I don't remember if that was how it was. I don't remember how much gray boxing we actually did, which is when you just use temporary assets to figure out a scale, and then you use those assets when modeling the finalized product to make sure that the scaling of all the an aspect of it, aspect ratio of all the shaping is correct. Instead, if I remember correctly, the artist had to cross-reference the size of the actual rooms to try and like fit their assets into place properly. And I wasn't really part of that at all. Like and it's also partly because like I didn't have as much to do that could go wrong, right? I guess as like a bit of an example. So if you take Skyrim, for instance, what I know about their development is that their level designers would block out the dungeons in terms of this doorway needs to be this tall and this wide, otherwise the player can't pass through it, for instance. And then the artist would be given those gray box dimensions to implement the finalized assets. And the reason why I remember this is because that particular issue was that an artist was not constraining themselves to the specifications laid out by the level designer. So when time came to actually put it into place, they realized, hey, we can't actually walk through this dungeon because you didn't make the archway big enough. Or something like that, essentially. And there's a million different interpretations of what a level designer even does. I mean, from one artist in an established company that I worked as an intern, their lead artist told me that in his eyes, in the ideal world, a level designer never ever needs to touch a texturing or 3D modeling program, period. I'm gonna end up not being a good day at the office. Well, I mean, the benefit is that you can rescale it, but yeah, if it will cause like warping of textures and stuff. But that's the thing, right? You need to work in a certain pipeline for everything to work out. And that's the problem I have with that statement, is that, well, in some cases you need to know how to operate a 3D modeling program as a level designer. Because how else would you make temporary level geometry that is just there for scaling purposes and as placeholder assets? Like when I started game development on a hobby basis, my programmer friend would do gray boxing, which a lot of game developers starting out will do, but he was using the box and sphere meshes within Unity itself, which is great when you're just programming things, but useless if you need to translate that into a 3D model at some point. Because you can't just take a Unity collection of 3D objects and turn them into a mesh for Blender to open. That's just not how that works. But then at that point, if it's the programmer's job to have like a temporary placeholder asset, and they're not supposed to use the 3D meshes and such that are, you know, the basic shapes in Unity, then they would also need to learn how to use a 3D modeling program. Just, if not anything else, just to be able to make like gray boxing and placeholder assets. I don't know. I personally think that it's a massive strength and even a requirement, in my opinion, that a level designer needs to be able to know at least how to handle both a 3D and a 2D graphical assets program. Not necessarily because they're going to end up implementing things themselves, but then at the very least, in order for them to have a better understanding on how the asset creation pipeline works. It just makes it easier for everyone to talk together and also understand how to actually make game-ready assets. Because otherwise we end in an inverse situation where you have an artist that knows how to make like a really nice looking model, but a level designer that doesn't even know how to like ask for the things that he needs, he or she needs. Like for instance, if I didn't know about Blender when doing this program, I wouldn't have been able to help the artist correct the origin points. Heck, a level designer in training might even just roll with it and say like, well, this is the asset I got, so this is what I gotta work with. And now you've got like assets put into scenes and level designs that have all these impossible to work with origins. So any changes to those models' origin now will move them in all the scenes that they were used, depending on how they were implemented. So now you can't fix that anymore without having to redo all those levels. Or you stick with what you had, which is just gonna make future level design take longer because, or maybe not, because it might be that, oh, you have this 3D model that is now in place that needs to move, but you can't do that. Like, you can't rotate it around itself because its origin point is not in the center. No worries, Mike off. I'm also just like trying to get this done before resting for today. This level just ended up taking way longer than I anticipated. I'll probably not finish it off today though, but there's always tomorrow. Might stream tomorrow, don't know. If anything else, then at least just to get back into like streaming again. In terms of talking to you guys and such. Making commentary. Doesn't feel like I'm having awful much of a problem with it though. But it does give me an idea that maybe the level on Saturday needs to be on a simpler side. Otherwise I won't be able to do it in one stream. I'm having pizza myself today, so I just need to reheat it actually. So essentially as soon as I'm done streaming, I can just jump off and get some food. But game development, man. Oh, crap. You don't have a microwave? With like a defrost feature or something? I've been there so many times though. Yeah, usually use the defrost feature in microwaves is just running the microwave but at less power. So it'll still like somewhat cook some of the outer parts of your meat, unfortunately, and it's not great, but is it good in an emergency? Oh. A good microwave combi oven thing is invaluable. I got one, I inherited one when I moved out years ago and been using it ever since. I mostly use the oven feature of it though, that and the grill. The actual microwave capabilities tend to be for like reheating pasta-based dishes. But for reheating something like pizza, it's a little bit cheaper, I suspect, to reheat a small combi oven than an actual oven. I mean, both run off electricity and function the same way. This is just smaller space. It must be done soon. Or maybe not, actually. That's gonna take a while still. It's probably gonna take another hour. Alright, tell you what, I'm probably just gonna call it, and then we'll just continue on this tomorrow, cause yeah, this level just has way more geometry than most of the other ones that I've built on the other couple days. Essentially making it take twice as long. Alright. Well, let's see if I can get this right though. Because I should still have the... Yeah, I do have those. Alright. Well, thanks for dropping by everyone who did, and thanks for the chats, Mygoff and Toto and Kevin. As well as the follow there. And I will maybe see you all tomorrow. Again, I do have like an overlay on my stream when I'm offline that says streaming dates and such, but it's obviously not up to date. One of the reasons also being it says GMT +2, which because we're no longer in daylight saving hours, then it's GMT +1. But should be around same time tomorrow at 1 PM GMT +1 if I decide to stream, so we'll see. Until then, you guys have a good one, and I will hopefully see you around. If not tomorrow, then on the weekend maybe. So bye everyone.